wanted you to put the lens down to F16 and see what you can see.
starting a very dramatic display from this magnificent, super large aircraft. This is the 380, not the sort of departure you would normally expect from Heathrow when you're going on your holiday. This particular aircraft is MSN-4, powered today by Ford Engine Alliance GP7000 engines, producing something like 70,000 pounds of thrust. Now, the 380 can also be powered by the Rolls-Royce Trent 900 engine. Got a colossal range, around about 8,500 miles. Michael Underwood has joined us in the commentary booth. Hello, Michael. How are you doing? You've had a busy morning.
I'm doing very well, thank you, Stratton. I have had a busy morning, but it's great to be here in the commentary box once again.
Interesting bit of feedback there.
I don't know, the microphones don't like me for some reason. Oh, it was that we had the monitor up too high.
There we go.
There we go.
319 A380 orders from 18 customers have already been made. More than 190 A380s have been delivered to date to 13 operators. 6 to Qatar Airways, 14 to Lufthansa, 10 to Air France, 81 to Emirates, 12 to Qantas, 19 to Singapore, 10 to Korean, 5 to China Southern Airlines, 6 to Malaysian, Thai have 6, British Airways, Hurrah have 12, 4 to Asian and 8 to Etihad. No guessing which company I work for. What a magnificent sight. iFlyA380.com. Go onto that website, you can find the whole route structure of the A380s. Over 100 routes operated by 13 airlines. 230 airports can accommodate this enormous aircraft. It's dramatic, isn't it, Mike?
It's incredible. I think whenever I see it, I'm always surprised about how versatile it is and how manoeuvrable it is for something so big.
Yes, using the fly-by-wire technology, keeping it well within the in-flight envelope, it just throws around the sky, and it's magnificent to see here at Farnborough. Do you know that the A380 fleet has flown more than 2.9 million flight hours in more than 350,000 revenue flights?
Is that a lot?
Yes.
It sounds a lot.
Now, how many people do you think that means has flown? Well, there's a couple of thousand, certainly, but more?
Maybe a million?
Million?
Something like that?
A bit more?
10 million?
Oh, keep going, keep going.
Really?
Yeah.
What, 50 million?
You're not even close.
100 million.
This is a
That's
bigger
right.
plane. Keep going.
Okay.
It's over 100 million.
150 million.
You're very close. 130 million people on it. Now the Airbus coming back, slowing down, now with 101 knots ground speed.
Oh my word. So that's really low, right? That's like...
Yeah, I mean, that's a ridiculous speed. Coming through at 950 feet, we're on track on it. That is majestic, is it not? Drifting through. It's a glorious sight. Speed's right back now. 95 knots of the 380. Now, of course, you can have so many different configurations of the 380. It really depends on what the airline decides it wants to do. For example, in the 4-class configuration, 544 passengers, but if you stick it into a single-class configuration throughout the whole aeroplane, 853 passengers. Wow. And if they all want a gin and tonic at the same time, even my favourite bar in London wouldn't be able to cope with that one.
You're in trouble, aren't you? If you want it quick, you're in trouble.
You are in trouble, aren't you? Yeah. Unless you have it on tap at the seat.
Although if it's flying like it is now,
your
gin and tonic isn't going to be staying very still, is it?
No. Now watch the 380 now, going to push forward at the same time as selecting the gear down.
Look at that.
Of course, the A400 sitting on the runway prior to his departure will be an equally dramatic departure. A400 will wait until the 380 tells him to roll, and then he will roll as long as they get that organised. It's great. I mean, some of the airlines might decide to put the business class and first class seat in the upper deck and then have a complete lower deck for all economy layout. It's entirely up to whichever airline. It's a magnificent sight. And what's great about shows like Farnborough is you can get it close up. And you go to Heathrow and they all a normal place to have them. They don't seem as large. But here, being close to the runway, being able to see these aircraft is terrific.
Yeah, and flying as you wouldn't normally see them fly as well.
Well, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It's
Yes.
that, isn't it? You get to see them in a way that you never would see them fly.
Absolutely. So it's quite unique. So the 380 on fire with the 400 just giving the command to roll. His departure will be equally as dramatic. The 380 will land, it will go to the far end of the runway, our left, down to Laffer's plane. Then it's going to do a turn on the runway, 180 degrees. 360 doesn't help because if you end up pointing the same direction. And then he's going to come back and be towed back into the parking base. So A400M left airborne, the A380 coming across the Swan pub. Look at that.
Oh.
That's a way of departing. I mean, it's a military aircraft, the A400. It's the Atlas. First saw it here at Farnborough in 2010, 6 years ago, I think, from memory. Do you remember it?
I've got some information about this.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Are you going to tell us, or are you going to keep it secret?
I'm going to not tell you. No, of course I'm going to tell you. So the A400, that one in the air there. Hello. Someone's coming into land. Not so quietly.
There we go.
There he goes. Yeah, that A400 flying at the moment is the one that Tom Cruise was hanging off in the most recent Mission Impossible movie, and the man piloting it was the pilot on that day as well. So he was in charge of the... I'm sorry, you're looking at me, honestly, it's completely true. I spoke to him earlier this week.
The inside track. In
There
television,
you
you see, you've got these inside tracks.
Yeah, and Tom Cruise, absolutely, he said he 100% did the stunt. He was
Yes, he
strapped. I
did.
mean, obviously, he was well strapped to it, of course. But they did it 3 or 4 times, and he said that he had to be treated afterwards because he was close to hypothermic.
Yeah.
Because obviously it was getting to almost 0 degrees centigrade when they were up there. But yes, that's the man who flew Tom Cruise around strapped to the outside of that plane.
There you go. Our director has just asked, what's Tom's cruising speed? But the same, probably, as the aeroplane was at the time.
Do you know what? That pun is so bad.
We won't repeat it.
I couldn't even possibly answer it.
This whole programme of the Atlas, it grew out of the Future Large Aircraft, European Future Large Aircraft. And that's the nations of Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Spain and Turkey. We're not mentioning Brexit. I've been told don't go anywhere there.
I think that's probably
at
best.
all, so I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
It's a very versatile aircraft. By November last year, the order book stood in at 174 aircraft for 8 countries. Now, the largest customers being Germany and France, with 53 and 50 aircraft. Here in the UK, we've ordered 22. First deliveries took place in November 2 years ago, I think, from memory. Nod from Mark, mainly because he's written it in front of me. Look at that.
Look at that. It's almost... Oh.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yes, honestly, it's incredible. And it has a very short takeoff, I believe, as well. It can
Very
get off
short
the ground
takeoff
very quick.
and a very short landing indeed.
Right.
Now, those engines help. They're the Europrop International TP400s, but those propellers are very unique. They're big. They're whacking great big paddles. 8-bladed composite curved propellers. Now, on the ground, at maximum takeoff weight, they can reverse the aeroplane up a 2-degree incline. That's an awful lot of oomph. Now, they're going to use that after landing to have a short landing, and then they're going to reverse down the runway.
I see,
Now,
right.
the reason for having that is you're going into some places that have got a very short, narrow strip where you can't turn around.
Yes.
By reversing straight back and then having, jump what you've got out the back and then go.
Straight off again.
Straight off. It's quicker, and then the next aeroplane would come in, and so you've got the speed of getting in and out.
Right. Because most planes, I guess, would have to taxi to a certain point when they
taxi
come
round, turn around.
It
all
takes forever.
Takes forever. Takes forever. So a bit of, if you're looking on the big screen, it's a bit of vapor, high humidity there when you're getting a little bit of high G there, the critical angle of attack and all that sort of thing. If you want to look that up on a book, you can. The propellers, adjacent propellers on each wing, they rotate in opposite directions, which is unusual. And the reason for that is they get the down between the engine's airflow. Now you're going to say, so what?
So what?
Thank you. You've read the script. The major benefits of this are reduced wing loading, more symmetrical airflow, greater lift distribution, and improved engine out handling. And that whole combination gives 4% of the lift anyway for the airplane. So it's a very efficient way of doing it. Crew of 2, head-up display. You can have the tactical mission commander on the 3rd seat. And down the back end, you can stuff in Super Pumas, Apaches. And I'm going to get this right today because I said 160 fully knitted troops yesterday. No, they're fully kitted troops. Cause chaos. Great surprise to Mother with her wool. 116 fully kitted troops can be transported on sidewalls, removable centerline seats, medevac roll, 66 stretchers with 25 medical staff. It's an extremely versatile, tough aircraft. Now, those gear oleos, they can also be lowered, compressed, to assist in the loading of the ramp. Instead of going up a big ramp, you can lower down the back end, much easier to get kit in and out, using the same sort of system as that old Citroen car, which is the Citroen
I want to say
something, can't remember. everyone's telling me what it was.
That'll be the Citroen DS.
I knew that.
Oh, Mark's always got it. He's got
Hydro
it.
pneumatic suspension.
That's the words. Indeed, if you're looking at the big screens and where it is now, you can see that scaffolding pole just ahead of the cockpit. That's the in-flight refueling probe. Oh, look at a bit of misting on the top of the wings. That's good. High humidity up there. Getting the maximum lift. And there's your Doughty supply, the landing gear. It can crack along around about 300 knots, which is what, 350 miles an hour, something like that. It's good rate of climb close to the ground, 4,000 foot a minute initially. Now that's useful because if you're in enemy territory, off the end of your secured airfield, there may be people with small arms and small rockets, and you don't want to be close to the ground then.
No.
So where you go and up. And again, steep approaches, and I don't know whether we're going to get the steep approach. Probably not landing off this one because the 380 is not back in its roost. It's got less man-hour maintenance because a lot of it is glass fibre or carbon fibre. When it comes to land, you're going to see some stickers on the side of it. Those are all to do with the flight test program. And if you have an aircraft flying in formation, you can see the flexing on the aeroplane. It's all for datum gathering. So those are not normally on the regular distribution ones because this is a test aircraft. I think I told you which one it was. If I didn't, I'm looking it up now. And I haven't got it in front of me, so I'm not going to tell you. I'm feeling this is number 2. No, that's the 350, which you're not going to see. First deliveries of this type made to the French Air Force at the end of 2012. Now, throughout the day, we're also doing pleasure flying in helicopters. Just behind the stage, I think, is a place to book your pleasure flights. The pleasure flight's taking pass from the far left hand, down by the Laffens plane, and that'll be happening for most of the afternoon. We hold the helicopters for a couple of the aircraft displaying because the pilots don't want the distraction of seeing rotors turning. You might be wondering, is that helicopter going to get airborne at the same time running in? So it's easy. Sometimes we don't have rotors running, sometimes they're happy with the rotors running but staying on the ground. So there's a lot of coordination going on. As the A400 Atlas, when he was doing his test flying, the call sign was Grizzly. That wasn't what it was going to be called, that was just the call sign. I quite like that call sign. So remember, it's going to be a short landing, as Mike, you pointed out. It's going to be, well, we've got 2 landing sites here at Farnborough. That's interesting. Well, it's the same runway, but 2 positions on the runway. On the left, there's a white golf cart out there with a chap nowhere near it, and there are 4 metal things in the runway. Those are the pappies. That's one of the landing sites we use here for some of the displayed aircraft. By the big screen, you get the same 4 boxes. They're the pappies. That's the normal Farnborough landing. So anywhere in that will do us. As he comes in, maximum braking, maximum reverse thrust of those props.
That is a quick stop.
That is a quick stop. And you always check that the loadmaster is strapped in the back, otherwise he's going to join you in the cockpit at that point. Now reversing down the runway. Now, as long as you've got the nose wheel on the centre line of the runway, you're not going to get it entirely wrong and run yourself off into the grass. They're also putting down the tailgate, and the loadmaster is talking to the captain, and he'll say à droite, à gauche, which is left and right, or is it right or left?
I was just going to say, because it hasn't got wing mirrors.
It hasn't got wing mirrors.
Reversing's tricky, right?
It's tricky.
Like
And is it his left or your right? Oh. And you could get yourself in a pickle there,
yeah,
can't
that
you?
could get awkward very quickly.
It could get very awkward. And I think we're also going to get a 180-degree turn on the run. We did that throughout the trade show. Farnborough has been extraordinarily successful with orders this year again. Now, I'm sure I will do it at some stage this afternoon. If I say last year, I know that it was 2 years ago. So when I say last year, I mean 2 years ago. So we sorted that one out, yes. And therefore I'm free on that one.
I may well do the same thing.
Exactly.
The last show.
Yeah. Same when I say next year, I do mean 2000 and whatever it's going to be, 18. So he's going back to its roost. He will be towed back into the parking bay. So you'll be able to have a closer look once they've secured the aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, on the right, you can have a look around these colossal aircraft. When I say look round, I mean round the outside, not inside. And so having a look at the batting order, version 2 we've now had delivered to us, which is great, so that we get less of a surprise to us. We are nicely on time, sponsored by Breitling. Got a couple of minutes yet for the next aircraft to take off, which means that we've got time for getting the Atlas into its roost. The 727 is now moving out. So let's go down through what we have in the show for us. It's 2 pages, right? Okay. So we got to come the Twister, the Pitts, the Corsair, the Starduster, the Antonov 178. That takes us through the 1:30. Then we've got the Dornier 328, the 727 with the blades flying past, all operating 2XL. What a great bunch they are. They bought us chocolate cake yesterday and the day before, so now I'm expecting it today. Taking us up to 2 o'clock, and the blades will do a short display because we've got tight on our time. Then the Wing Walkers at round about 2:07. From the Royal Navy we have the Swordfish, and I think he's operating directly in from Yeovilton, and the aircraft operating from Fairford behind him will be an awful lot quicker than the Swordfish, because we're planning at just past 2:30 the F-35. Just past 2:30 the F-35. B-25 coming through, Yak-3, Spitfire we've got, FA-18 at 3:15, and with this weather we should get the high show. We've got 3,400 feet above us available throughout the show, but we borrow from the London TMA, the Terminal Control Area, and the arrivals and departures for Heathrow and Gatwick, we borrow up to 8,000 feet for vertical shows. So that's the FA-18 hoping at 3:15. Bearcat, then Typhoon, P-51 Mustang, the P-40, then the Battle of Britain Memorial flight fly past, the Red Arrows fly past at 4:02. Of course, these times slightly variable as the weather comes in. Then Sally B, the B-17, I saw her being towed around early. Welcome, Sally B. Hello, Ellie. Then the Global Stars, the DH Comet. That must be the one from Old Warden, the Shuttleworth. I mean, that set up the world record to Cape Town and back in the years by, and the Shuttleworth collection up the M1, well worth popping in to see. Great War display team at 20:05. The Bronco going through the hour of 5 o'clock, the P8 Poseidon, the Autogyro, and to end the show round about 5:30 will be the Apache. Now, because this is the only warm day that we've had this year, you're not used to the sun. Suntan cream, windburn, everything like that, please do look after yourselves. I know that Doc Robinson, who's the Event Medicine Company Director, will be on the phone to me shortly to remind you of keeping hydrated and also the sunscreen. So use all that. That gets Brian off my back. Twisters are on the end of the runway on our far right, right down at the threshold, just waiting their clearance to get airborne to display. 2 aircraft on the far right. Corsair has taxied out, waiting his turn to go. So, starting the takeoff run. These are the Twisters. These are amazing. The aircraft are fantastic, but the aerobatics you're going to see is extremely accomplished and in very tight formation. We had them out at the Bahrain Airshow, which Farnborough International has just signed a deal to carry on running and helping the Bahrain Airshow. And they do a very interesting one just at twilight with lights all over the aircraft and pyrotechnics. Well, there's no point in turning on the lights now. You're not going to see it. I don't know about the pyrotechnics, but I haven't been briefed on that, so we'll just see what happens. I've got a fantastic video on my phone. But
oh, right.
that
Of the
would just,
pyrotechnics?
Yeah, it'd be just shared in here, wouldn't it? It's
You
a lot of point, isn't it?
You and I and Mark can enjoy that.
We can have a look at it.
And nobody else.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem fair. Do they always fly just as a pair like that?
Yeah, one's got the map. It's cheaper that way. You know, why buy 2 maps when you can do one?
That makes sense.
Yeah, and you're so close in formation, you can actually look at the map in the other bloke's cockpit, so it's no issue. Really good little aeroplanes these. Started life as a world-beating radio-controlled aerobatic machine, simply known as Twister. It's been developed, and now you can put a pilot in it. First seen about 12 years ago. Peter Wells made his first public display in the original. It was only about 80 horsepower under the bonnet. Not an awful lot. They have now displayed at shows all over the world, lot in the Middle East. And I'll tell you, if you ever get the chance to see them doing a night show, it is fantastic. Now, coming through in mirror image. Now, if you're on the big screens, you'll see how close that is. I think looking out to the naked eye, you can see how close that is. That takes an awful lot of practice, an awful lot of trust in your mate. And it's slightly turbulent weather up there. There's decent wind blowing up there, which causes a bit of turbulence. Rolling out of mirror, line abreast, now moving back into echelon. This is the first day that we've seen them here at Farnborough. They haven't been here for the trade day. Peter Wells, Chris Burkett. What a beautiful barrel roll. I mean, it's down to the leader. He's got to make certain he keeps the performance available for number 2, because number 2 is actually flying further than number 1. So he needs a little bit of extra grunt and be able to get back into position. So the leader's in charge. Number 2 is just locked on a certain sight point on the lead aircraft, which changes depending on whether they're doing line abreast, mirror, etc. And the profile of that aircraft looks very much like another aircraft you can see later on, namely the Spitfire.
Woken up the TV director.
Look at that. Moving now on to what's called the B axis in the aerobatic game. A axis left and right, B axis is where they are now. Over the top of a loop, probably check on the 45-degree down and roll. And now this is where you go boss side because you have to look left and right at the same time. We don't have their sequence up here, so I can't forecast what they're going to do, but I guess they may well be doing a synchronized stall turn. At least one's going to do nothing like a stall turn. There we go. Down on the 45, rolling to catch up. And what have we got happening on the left? Disappeared from the commentary position, so I can't see anything there. Except, well, we've got a fantastic monitor, compliments of one box television that we can watch one of them at a time. And a crossover, nicely in the center of the display line, pulling up into the vertical, speed decreasing, quarter roll coming up for stall turn, boot full of rudder, rotating around the center axis of the cockpit, pointing down to the earth, gravity helping, speed increasing, pulling back out. Stressed very well. You know, you're probably pulling 4G, maybe a touch more than that at the bottom. And to go up to the other end of the runway, because there's a long display line here at Farnborough. Over the top of a loop, I would guess. Check on the 45-degree half roll down. So that's one half of a Cuban 8. Whether we get the other half for completeness at this end of the runway, well, we'll just have to wait to find out. It's certainly got all the makings of it. No, look at that, wow. Little flick roll at the top. Flick at the top of a loop is called an avalanche, or a yak smasher in the old days, because the yaks couldn't do it in the 70s. So in the aerobatic competitions, people could put in certain sequences and they put in little maneuvers that you knew the opposition couldn't really do very well.
You were out in that neck of the woods in the 70s, weren't you, Strat?
Yes, 1976 World Aerobatic Championships in Kiev. Cold War was frigid. It was interesting, to say the least. Drove a private car to the Soviet Union and back in 76, 3 months after leaving the British Army. It's not a sensible thing to do, is it? Now following each other round. A bit like a hamster in a wheel, really. What do they feed them on?
So I guess they're constantly talking to each other all the way through this.
Yes, they will know exactly the script that they're going to do. So it's not idle chatter. Right. A lot of it will be queuing to do a next maneuver. So they know what they're going to say next. Sometimes it could just be a noise. If you very different aircraft to the latest aerobatic aircraft, things like the Extra, completely different generation. Massively different generation, but look at the performance of this really, really competent aerobatic sequence. Richard Goodwin flying his pits. Covering us all with smoke. And a lot of this, Michael, is timing, because you know the vision inside is a blur, and so you know how long it takes to achieve a rate of roll, how many seconds. 270. This one is from the Fighter collection. It's Corsair. Pratt & Whitney radial engine as he comes positioning into land. Meanwhile, the Starduster we've been claiming to altitude before he comes back in to do aerobatics. Quick headset change here. Starduster +6 to -6G, 200 horsepower under the bonnet. Very pretty aerobatic display from the Trestel Starduster. This is the SA300, developed by Louis Stoup way back in the 1960s. The idea was to provide 100% pleasant to fly aircraft, which is what he's achieved. Today, more than 100 Stardusters are still flying throughout the world. Made of metal. It takes about 2 years for the amateur builder to build the aircraft. I suppose it depends on what your partner thinks about you popping out to the garage and building an aircraft, how quick you can get it done. But this is very pretty aerobatics. Branded in the colours of the Trestel Group, global player in calibration services, which provides verification, repair and calibration of measurement instruments in the physical, the electrical and the mechanical domain. Now the group, the Trestel Group, is part of the largest aeronautical players in the world. It has 21 places of operation in Europe, North Africa, Asia, South America and the United States of America. Here today to represent those in the United Kingdom from the group. Jean-Marc Destel, President, Vice President of Trestel. Ross, do you want me to stop while you rewire us? I think that might work, because I don't want to blow us up. All back together again here. A lot of Stardusters, there's only about 1,000 of them built. Many of the Stardusters are still around. Some have done over 2,500 hours flying, others reach 5,000. So Jean-Marc has taken this aircraft to various shows in Paris, Berlin, Marrakesh. Very comfortable aerobatics. These sort of aerobatics I like you cope with. It's a very pretty aircraft. It's an easy airplane to fly, so that's great. It's a great one to start your conversion to aerobatics in an aircraft like this, which has got the performance and the capability of doing aerobatics without totally wringing you inside out like a washing machine going mad. Side slipping down for the landing as the Antonov waits patiently for his time to take airborne. Now, moving out onto the runway. This is the Antonov 178. Again, a dramatic display by the Ant. Development from the regional jet family, including the 148 and the 158 and the 168. This is the 178. The original Ant, the 148, dates back to September 2001. That's when Antonov announced that it was working on a regional airliner designed to fly around about 80 passengers, range just over 1,300 nautical miles, about 1,500 statute miles. Similar to that of the earlier, the Ant, the 74T-300. And of course, production has been going ever since with various different versions. Now, the typical 148, because it really depends on what you want, the typical 148, 75 passengers, is extremely versatile in the variants. You can have it as a VIP configuration, maritime reconnaissance, medic evacuation, small cargo freighter, palletized cargo, anything you want, really. A significant redesign in order to have a rear cargo ramp. Now, the 158, previously referred to as 148-200 when you were here at Farnborough some years ago, that's a stretch version, 99 punters in the back, bit more range. That's got a cargo version as well. Then the 168, that was previously called the Antonov Business Jet. Essentially, that's a 148 fuselage with the rear doors deleted with winglets. This particular one is the very latest family member. This is the Antonov 178. Type announced just 6 years ago. Maiden flight took place on the 7th of May last year from Kiev. Antonov reckons the market exists for around about 1,100 of these type of aircraft. Really, it's a development of the 158 intended to replace the much older Ants, the Ant 26 and the 32, those sort of aircraft. Extra pair of main gear has been incorporated. That's really to assist in the cargo distribution of weight when you're on the ground. The more wheels you've got, the less you're going to sink into the mud. Types of cargo can be carried 178 troops. You can have 3 Humvees. Oh, sorry, the 178 can take 3 Humvees, not 178 Humvees. That would be just bizarre. Yeah, too many numbers here. Troops, 72 troops, 68 paratroopers, 40 stretchers. Coming past in his slow high alpha pass. If we got a look at the tracker, which is being in use at the moment, drifting past into wind, not registering. Cockpit crew of 2, 5-screen display. Got the Rockwell Collins navigation system. Cable of Cat 3A landings. Track along at about 38,000 feet. Now the airframe life, well, it really depends how rough you are on it. If you're going in and out of unprepared strips doing military operation, that will reduce it compared to being gentle and civilian airline flying. But it's around about 80,000 hours, 30 years or so. 60,000 landings, they reckon. My sort of landings, gentle and accurate. I stirred Michael up.
You have indeed. It's whenever you start talking about being a pilot, I suddenly get interested about your stories of flying the 747s and all of that business.
Some of them will never be repeated on air.
I can imagine.
I hope not. So if you wonder when I know there's going to be a landing or positioning for a runway, if you look out on the runway edge lights, when the pilot calls downwind to land, those lights go out. That's because here at Farnborough we have the 2 landing zones. So when they call downwind to land, we reconfigure the approach lights for the different landing point that we have available to the pilot. And hence, if you see the lights go out, it's not a short circuit or Doris having removed the 3-pin plug to do the hoovering in air traffic control. It's actually a reconfiguration of the whole approach lights. Steep approach of the Antonov, the 178. So with the Antonov clearing to the north side, we've got the Blades and Mark Jeffries extra to get airborne. We've got the 727 to get airborne. Now the Blades and the 727 are going to meet up together and do a fly pass a bit later on in about minus a minute. No, I'm looking at the clock upside down. But while they're away to get airborne and join up, the next display item will be the Dornier 328. So quite a lot of aircraft to get airborne and hold, including the 727. We have the expert commentator from the 727 who is waiting patiently to commentate for us. No pressure, Steve. So the Blades airborne, Mark Jeffrey behind, getting airborne. The 727 will soon go out onto the runway once cleared. And we particularly like to welcome those lucky members of Marshall Aerospace that have come down here for the show. Marshall Aerospace each year have a lottery in the company because they've only got so many numbers that they can have in their chalet, and it's for the people that work for that fabulously famous company, British company. And so today I know there's a number of the Marshall Aerospace family and friends that have come down, and again tomorrow. So particularly welcome to you. I hope you're having fun. .727 just shortly to roll to get airborne. Our particular thanks to Flightline Hospitality for supplying the lunch throughout all of Farnborough, which is greatly appreciated, and also the extra drink at the end of the show hopefully will be equally appreciated. Is that a broad enough hint?
Yeah, I don't think they missed that.
On the runway, this is the Dornier 328 preparing to take off. We've got two of them here, one turboprop, one jet. This looks like the jet version. It is. If I look at the screen from one box television, it would make it so much easier. Just waiting for 727 to clear the bit of airspace that we require for the display.
It is worth seeing the turboprop version if it's in the south side stand, because it's got some interesting graphics on the side of the fuselage.
Indeed it would be, but since I'm looking at it parked on the north side, you're going to be out of luck.
Okay, those with binoculars can see the interesting graphics on the side of the fuselage.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if at some stage one of the cameras go and has a look at it on the north side, just where the antenna is just. But forward to that, this is the takeoff of Antonov 328.
It seems to have a very large tail. And I know, again, I know it's a strange thing to say, but that's what I noticed. It's got like quite a...
Well, look, when you get airborne, you want that tail section in clean air so it works properly.
It just
feels otherwise you're going dirty air, so you keep it clean air,
right,
so that you've got controllability in all sorts of angles, attacks, approaches, because you don't want to blanket and mean it's not efficient. So
right,
you stick it to where it's going to be used.
So it's not particularly large for the size of plane. That's just me being strange. It looks quite big for the size of the...
I don't mind how strange you are, Michael. We've done this show enough.
I know.
What's between friends is between friends.
I'm here to learn.
It's all the different aircraft manufacturers, depending on what you want out of the aircraft, is how you design them. And to get it from You know, if you have it too low down, you can have it drop way below the fuselage. But then when you land, all the stones, if you're going into rough, unprepared strips, are going to come up and pelt the tailplane.
Okay, I see.
So either you have it really low in the weeds that the pilot's going to drag it in the ground and get it killed with stones and rubble, or you put it up in free air where it's more efficient.
Right.
Down to the engineers, designers, and what they want to do with the aircraft. Last time we saw a 328 here at Farnborough, apart from yesterday, was in 2004 when it was the Fairchild Dornier doing the jet-powered aircraft. This is the jet-powered. On the north side is the turboprop. Now you won't see it, it's parked behind the Antonov. The development has been quite incredible. A number of technological advancements. They've got the latest generation avionics suite, the Rockwell Collins new fusion system, providing three-screen EFIS with touchscreen capability. Now the turbojet and the jet have exactly the same maximum takeoff weight. What is it? 15,660 kilos. There you go. Variants of the aircraft include a 32-seat commuter. You can have Medivac, VIP configuration. You can have special mission, maritime patrol. You can even have it as a dedicated cargo transporter, should you so wish. Air-operable door, available for support parachute dropping and ground resupplies. Now the turboprop is shortly to be re-engined and feature new propellers. Now the props have already started their evaluation, not signed off yet. The new power plant will be the PW127. They reckon the new production 328s will be certified and in service in 3 to 4 years' time. The company are also looking at a new design aircraft on the drawing board. That are going to be the 723. That's going to be a complete new design using the attributes from these aircraft and further development. It's spacious, almost 2 meters of stand-up in height in the center aisle. The original 328 jet was certified by both the FAA and the JAA. I suppose therefore by AIRBUS, but we probably don't care because we're leaving Europe, so there's another authority to be created. I don't know, have I got a license now? I don't know.
You promised you were going to steer clear of,
okay, controversy.
of Brexit in Europe.
Oh, okay, I should leave that alone.
Right.
Original aircraft delivered to customers around the world, including Europe, over there, the United States and China. The jet we used for maximizing the cruise speed and altitude flying, fuel economy and route efficiency. Turboprop, well, that's rough field performance really. It's got the large cargo door option. It's a flexible aircraft, certainly. Doesn't need an awful lot of runway to get airborne, around about 1,100 meters. That means into small regional airports around the world. Nice and quiet, which is useful for operating at small regional airports. Well, anyway, really, now that the noise is such an important factor to the environment. Another sparky display, isn't it? Downwind to land, the 328. then shortly I'll be handing over the commentary to the specialist commentator from 2XL, one of the flight engineers on the Boeing 727, and it's a great aeroplane. This is Steve Arms. So Steve will be telling us what is going on with the 727 and really what they use for their operation with 2XL, and of course the blades will be with the 727. We will find out from air traffic from which direction it's flying, unless we already know it's coming from the left or the right. We already know that. In comes the 328 to land. Didn't say on my batting order that he was going to depart off slot, but that does look very much like the case. On the north side, the brightening, the wing walkers are moving out. Quick puff of smoke to check smoke. So we've got the blades, wing walkers, Swordfish, F-35, B-25, Yak-3, Spitfire, Super Hornet, Bearcat, Typhoon, P-51, P-40, Battle Britain Memorial Flypast, Red Arrows Flypast, B-17, the Sally B, Global Stars, DH Comet, Great War Display Team, Bronco, P-8, Autojar and Apache still to come. So Steve's joined us in the commentary position. I said, when would you like to take the microphone? He said, I can talk forever and from whenever. So, Steve, prove it.
Thank you very much, Stratton, yeah. So what you're going to see in the very near future is the Boeing 727, owned and operated by 2XL Aviation Limited, in partnership with TAG Aviation. You're going to see it operating from left to right down along the runway. It's a Boeing 727 2S2F variant, and that was one of 15 that was built for Boeing, by Boeing for FedEx in the early 80s. In the early 90s, FedEx then converted some of those with a Valsan engine. A company called Valsan, they changed the engines on the pod engines, and that made it a lot more powerful. And you can see those, they're turning in now along the runway. They'll be descending down to 150 feet. The blades have already got their smoke on. And as they approach the end of the runway, Doug Kinnock, the flight engineer, will select the spray system that's been designed and built in the UK. It's the only jet-based compliant spray system in the world, designed and built in the UK. And Doug's selected the spray on now, and they're spraying at 1,000 litres a minute. Spraying the water in this case, but in operations we'll be spraying a dispersant onto the oil slick. From 150 feet, this is the height we would operate at. 160 knots down the runway. What a lovely sight today for you. There's a 7.2 powers away up to 1,500 feet. We'll keep the spray on just for a little while. Turn the spray system off. Doug will reach back and just select the system into recirc, as he's done just now. And they'll do a teardrop pattern to come down and land. The blade's going to join up and slide off to the south, and they'll come back to entertain you very shortly. As they turn, the captain, Dan Griffith, who will be performing later in the P40. He'll be calling for the flaps to extend to the landing position. 30 flap he's looking for as he goes over the approach lights. You can see those engines, they're a little bit smoky from here, but they're much more powerful. They can take the power for the airplane. There's instead of the 3 engines, we can operate with the 2 are just as powerful as the 3 put together. So it really gives us a safety margin as we're operating over the sea. That's one of the main reasons the aircraft was selected for spraying. Is it's a fantastic power to weight ratio. And so just as the airplane positions now to get in into a landing configuration, we can just have time to talk about the Oil Spill Response Limited, who we have contracts for, and they have dispersed situated all around the globe, and the job of this aircraft is to respond globally and spray the oil to stop the oil from coming on shore. The dispersant that we use mixes up with the oil that sits on top of the surface of the water, and then that allows, it creates a sludge in the water, and then all the microorganisms in the water help eat the oil and stop the oil coming on shore. And that's so it's a chemical process that helps a natural process. It doesn't split up the oil into little bits that some people think. It's an aid to a natural process. Okay, so then here we've got the crew coming along the runway here with the gear down, the flaps down in a landing configuration. That's a 30 flap situation there. The airplanes, when they were existing 727s, have a 40 flap position, but this only has 30 because it's had the uprated engines. It's climbing away there. The gear comes up. He's a captain of ours, but he's sitting in the first officer seat today, a chap called Chris Chapman. As I say, Dan Griffith is the captain on board the airplane today. Dan's well known on the air show circuit. I believe later on today he's displaying the P40, but he's likely to be seen in Spitfires and all sorts of historic warbirds. So now the 72 positioning for another pass. This is a slightly faster pass right now. He'll be accelerating up to 250 knots maybe. The aircraft's limited to 270 knots with the spray boom attached. And that's how the aircraft is left normally at Doncaster Airport with a spray boom on, ready to respond to any emergency oil slick in a minimum time of 4 hours. We get to leave to go out on an emergency. Doug selected the spray system on, just to give you one more pass with a spray pumping out at 1,000 litres a minute. We say the system holds 15,000 litres. So at an average of 1,000 litres, that gives us 15 minutes spray.
Thank you very much, Steve, for that fantastic commentary on the 727. My name's Hannah, and I'm your commentator for the Blades display. As you can see, they've just rolled in Manta formation. We have blades 1 and 4 at the front of the formation, and blades 2 and 3 on the outer side. You can now see that Andy Evans, Blade 4, our solo display pilot, has now broken away from the team. He's going to perform his solo performance. Andy Evans has been our solo display pilot for the past 4 years. He's highly experienced. He has almost 6,000 flying hours under his belt. He's going to perform a series of hesitation rolls now. Pushing -5G into the loop for snap rolls. Andy is a founding member of the team, which was set up in 2006. Here he goes into the vertical for the Lomshavak. This is a Czechoslovakian name for headache or hangover, and I think you could probably see why it's given that name. Andy is a former Red Arrow, as are all of our pilots that fly in the blades. Now looking to your left, you'll see blades 1, 2 and 3 performing aileron rolls. These are known as twinkle rolls. And Andy Evans at the back, who will now rejoin the team. The ailerons span the length of the wing, meaning that the pilots can rotate their aircraft 420 degrees in less than a second. So these are very agile, dynamic aircraft. It's the Extra 300, which was designed by a German aerobatic pilot called Walter Extra way back in the 80s. Of course, it's undergone many modifications since then and is known as the Ferrari of the skies. If you're using social media, be sure to share your videos and photographs. The pilots absolutely love to see them. We're on Twitter at the Blades team and Facebook. This year, the team is sponsored by Aerobytes, Belcom Cables and Lee Cables. And a warm welcome to Lee Cables, who are joining the 2XL group today. We're also very proud to be supporting two fantastic charities, the RAF Benevolent Fund and Airability, which are just in a tent not far from where we are at the moment. They are running a fantastic competition, so if you can, do get down to Airability to see what is happening there. Now, approaching from the left, we have the foreship. This is one of our most photographed maneuvers. This is crazy. You can see that Andy Evans, Blade 4, is inverted for this one. It's a great picture opportunity. The Blades are the only aerobatic airline in the world, meaning that we can fly passengers within the Extra 300. So if you are wondering what it's like to fly with a former Red Arrow in this fantastic aeroplane, then do pop over to theblades.com for some more information. This is the team's 11th display season and the company's 10th anniversary, so we have lots to celebrate. The last time we were at Farnborough was 2012, so it's an absolute pleasure to be back and displaying for you all here today. Mark Cutmore in Blade 1 is leading the team. In the Blade 2 position, we have Miles Garland. In the Blade 3 position, we have Kirsty Murphy, who is also a former Red Arrow pilot. She's the first female to fly with the Blades. And Andy Evans in Blade 4. And here they go into the Snake. You can see that the smoke has now gone on as they loop and roll. The display today has been tailor-made, especially for Farnborough. Our traditional display usually lasts about 15 minutes and consists of about 30 separate manoeuvres. Now the team are going to bank around for their final manoeuvre of the display. You'll definitely want your cameras at the ready for this one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that the smoke has now gone on for the final manoeuvre. This is our signature manoeuvre, and it's the blade break. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Please do share your pictures and videos with us. We'd be absolutely delighted to see them. And if you're around at about 3:30 today, the Blades will be on the ground at the Airability tent, so do come over and say hello. We will be signing posters and taking pictures, so we hope to see you there.
Seven now positioning to come into land from our right, coming over the Swan Pub. This is an amazing show, Farnborough International, world's largest temporary outdoor exhibition. It's the showcase for a sector worth £52 billion a year. It's the 5th largest industry in the United Kingdom. and it directly employs 340,000 people, and those are the directly employed, let alone all the clip-ons along the side. Vastly important for Great Britain PLC. The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister David Cameron, turned up on Monday to open the show, along with Sir Richard Branson were here. What David Cameron's doing today? Sitting in a deck chair, probably having a glass of tea, glass of tea. And here comes the 727. Those big bucket door reversers on the number 1 and 3 engine. Very, very efficient way of reversing. In fact, Tornado has the same. Moving out onto the runway in an entirely different sequence of aircraft. These are 4 Boeing Stearman 1940s biplanes. And let's have a look at how we're doing on time. Wing walkers, Swordfish, I don't know whether he's airborne from Yeovilton. Length of time well, actually I hope he's airborne from Yeovilton, the length of time it takes him to get here. F-35 soon to display. Oh, I was just turning round to tell someone to be quiet in the commentary box. My boss has come in, Amanda Stainer, who's responsible. So you can make as much noise, Ma'am, as you like. We don't want to embarrass you. It's because they haven't got red at all. So the F-35 due to come in from RAF Fairfoot at 14:35. We got the B-52, Spitfire, Yak-3, FA-18 Super Hornet, the Bellcat, Typhoon, Bearcat. So they're going to wave. The girls standing on the wings are waving at you when you get airborne. They're not flapping to help for a bit of lift. Novel concept. So give them a wave back because they can see you. And indeed throughout the display, they come back. Just get them airborne first. It's a long display line here at Farnborough. Now that rasping noise is from the tips of the propeller going supersonic. And the girls, when they get back, they have a debrief and say, west end of the crowd were a bit rubbish. They didn't wave, or the eastern end of the crowd did wave. They actually come down, they compare sections, and say, why did that crowd not wave at all? Others wave enthusiastic. So they do actually look down and compare notes when they get back. It's not something that I've done standing on the wing. You wouldn't get me there. I'm just too large, too heavy, and too frightened. But Michael, have you done standing on the wing? I think you have.
I have, yes. I have. When they were, back in the day when they were the utterly butterbly planes, do you remember those? They were,
oh, yeah, I didn't think you were that old.
Oh, oh yes, sadly. I was strapped to the top of a plane. I mean, obviously I wasn't anywhere near as acrobatic as these lovely ladies
Well, these girls are now upside down.
Exactly.
Strapped to the wing.
No, I was just terrified and strapped upright to the wing. But yes, the most important lesson I learned was don't open your mouth.
No.
As it turned out, rather a large amount of flies at that height.
Yes, all stuck on your teeth.
I know, who'd have thought about it? The goggles came in handy, but I should have kept my mouth shut. A lesson, I think, in life, perhaps, there.
I mean, that is a very tight formation with these vintage biplanes, with the extra drag of the girls on the top. Speeds of this display will range anywhere between 80 miles an hour and 150 miles an hour. Now, you know what it's like putting your hand out the window on the motorway. Well, on the M25, you're probably doing about 10 miles an hour, but a standard motorway, 70 miles an hour, the drag that it gives you. Well, going up to about 150 miles an hour and you're standing out there and waving, they become very strong. In fact, these girls are very fit.
I imagine. Look at them getting their legs up. Look how high. It's been a while since you got your leg that high, Stratton.
Don't start again. Team can experience G-forces of up to plus 4G and minus 2G. They've been all over the world. They've been China, India, United Arab Emirates. They've been to Australia, to name but a few. Jointly insured by Liberty Speciality Markets. In fact, I think it was winter just gone. They were down at the UAE, United Arab Emirates, doing the Air Dubai, Abu Dhabi Air Expo display. Last year, I know they were out in India and Japan. These aircraft, 1940 vintage Boeing Stearman biplanes, in a striking Breitling livery, who are of course keeping strict time with the Breitling in the commentary position. 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney radial engines. The noise coming from that 10-foot diameter propeller. Now wing walking goes way back, right between the walls. People came back after the First World War. There was no jobs. And they'd had the fun of flying aeroplanes, excitement of flying aeroplanes. They want to keep that going. They didn't know what to do. There were no jobs. So they had flying circuses all across the States, either one person going from one small town to another small town, or groups of them. And they had to keep making it more and more exciting, because if I got off in my aeroplane, you got off in your aeroplane, and yours is more exciting, you're going to earn more bucks than me.
Right, yes.
So then they had to start persuading their girlfriends, and I have no idea how you would do that, your girlfriends to crawl out on the wing. Hello, darling, would you like to just crawl out on the wing, don't fall off, don't damage the aeroplane? And they would. I don't know how many girlfriends you got through.
Well, I would imagine some people got through quite a few.
Yeah, there's a few, yeah. And that's where it started, the barnstorming days after the First War, running up between the wars. And this is the same sort of display that you would have had. Indeed, these girls, not these particular girls, but this team, have passed a baton from one aircraft to another. So one flying inverted in mirror, and the baton. Pilots, they've been doing it for many, many years, very active. They've got to look after a lot of the precision of it. The girls just really, well, they can't go anywhere, they're strapped in. Girls today, Emily Goulding, Florence Rollison-Smith, Kilby, Peter Savage, Martin Carrington. Martin's been doing it for 15 years. He's the director of flying. Steve Hicks, Nick Barnard. Actually, Nick, I think, is his first year.
You've got to have some good core strength to be that way. Look down at the sideways.
That is very pretty indeed. Very good indeed. In fact, a little known fact, well, you probably know this fact about Nick Barnard in his first year. He writes cookery books.
Really?
Eat Right. He's the co-founder of Rude Health and author of many books, including his latest cookbook. So when he's not in the kitchen, he's out here doing that.
Wow. That's quite the hobby.
Which?
In the kitchen.
Yes.
Are they upside down there? The women, not the planes.
Yes.
Yes, they are. You see, I didn't do that.
Opposing directions. There's a swivel harness that you can do, obviously, to help with that, but also for long transits, the girls clamber down. Because supposing you're going down to southern Europe, strapping them on and leaving them out there, when they get down there, they'll be absolutely frozen solid. and
Yeah.
bugs smashing all over it, be all over the place. By the time you spend it chipping the bugs off their forehead and their teeth. It does mess the hair.
It does, it's true.
So smoke on coming towards us. This is, I think, getting ready for a break. They're on crowd centre. Stearman is a tough aeroplane. It can take an awful lot of punishment. Very difficult to actually break it in the air. Even if you're going downhill, straight towards the ground with full throttle, so much drag from it, you're not going to really never exceed speed. And it is a tough aeroplane, so it's ideally suited for this sort of show. got to be very tiring for the girls. A lot of work out there. There's a fresh air for the day, that's for certain. So left and right, posing manoeuvres, pushing down, gaining speed, getting up to about 150 miles an hour. Check, pull, cross in the centre of the display area. And in come the other pair, also cross. So a bit of positive G, bit of not really negative G on that button, but it'll be getting light on your feet. Talking to Martin, who I've known for many, many years, I asked him what his favourite manoeuvre is, and he loves the mirror formation, because as he quotes, he loves the thrill of hanging upside down in an open cockpit. For some people, that is scary. If you've got a little bit of perspex between you and falling out, it seems to reassure you, but in an open cockpit, you think it's just the harness, but actually it makes no difference having the perspex, because the harness goes where you're going through the perspex anyway.
It's reassuring.
So just make certain the strap is done up. So posing manoeuvres left and right again. We'll check with air traffic on the position of the Swordfish and the F-35s in the fish. Touring item not due on for a couple of minutes. See from which direction it's coming. Might be on our radar tracker. Very polished show by the Breitling Wing Walkers, of course created many years ago by Vic Norman. Oh, look at that. Now, no.
Yeah, you see, no, I wouldn't want to be strapped to the top of that for that particular manoeuvre.
Yeah, no question there.
No.
And the next two coming in to prove they're going to do it as well. So there's negative G. They are hanging upside down. The strap is still waving. Airfield down in Kent, Headcorn, Grass Airfield. And this team regularly comes through Headcorn, staging in for fuel before going off into Europe, indeed when they're coming back from European tours. So we see them a lot in and out of Headcorn, because it's very easy to get in and out, it's very quick airfield to do that. So we see them a lot from when they come up. So the Blues, the engineers from the Red Arrows, the Blues getting the aircraft ready for flight later. There you can see the girls have had them strapped and clambering down into the cockpit.
That's got to easily be the most hazardous part, surely. I mean, that's incredible.
Well, I could tell you how it's done, but then that's telling you how the boat sails across the stage on Phantom of the Opera through the water and the candles.
Don't ruin it for me.
Exactly, so I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
lost a pair of them through the smoke. Oh, here they come from the right. That is very close flying indeed. And just got a little range around up here. The F-35 is airborne from Fairford. The Swordfish is airborne from Yeovilton. One flies considerably faster than the other, so we're going to actually get the F-35 in before the Fish. Actually, technically, it's not a swordfish, it's a blackfish, but now we really are splitting. Built by Blackburn, since a blackfish. Michael, you knew that. I told you last year. Well, when I say last year...
When you say last year,
yeah,
yes,
we've been
yes,
there, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, 2 years ago, yeah. We've done all that. So with the split, that looks like the Breitling wing walkers positioning to come into land. So the Stearman's just coming into land. So we're just confirming that the F-35 is airborne from Fairford. It is. We're just waiting to establish direct communications from the commentary position to the aircraft. Once the Breitlings are down and we have the airspace, and I don't know how much airspace the F-35 is going to use, air traffic will coordinate that. They're not due on, to be fair, for another 5 minutes. 4 minutes 50 seconds. So the Fish is going to come on afterwards, so a bit of juggling around. Last Stearman just touching down in a moment. The first sight of your see of the F-35 will be north of us, around about 3.8, 4 miles north of us, running left to right, following up the motorway before turning into display. So that's where we'll be looking out for it, above the tag hangars on the left-hand side. Okay, on time, comms now established, direct comms with us in the tower. Indeed, we got the F-35 on camera now at a distance. I'm looking at where the camera's looking, so he's got on the left. So it's my great pleasure to welcome to the commentary position the specialist commentator for the F-35, this is Major Jack Cronin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages. The Royal Air Force, Royal Navy, and the United States Marine Corps take great pleasure in presenting the F-35B Lightning, the world's only STOVL short takeoff, vertical landing, supersonic stealth fighter aircraft. You're about to view the future of British air combat power. Today, you will see Lieutenant Colonel Rich Rusnock from Pittston, Pennsylvania, currently based at Edwards Air Force Base, California, with Marine Operational Test and Evaluation Squadron 1, flying at the cutting edge of technology in the F-35B. Already an experienced fighter pilot, Rich Rusnock has been flying the F-35B since 2011. The F-35 is the world's largest defense equipment program that will produce over 3,000 strike fighter aircraft in 3 variants for a number of partner countries. The program supports thousands of British industry jobs, and the aircraft is made by a consortium of U.S. defense manufacturers along with BAE Systems. Unique to the F-35B is the Rolls-Royce lift fan. This allows the 33,000-pound aircraft to conduct short takeoff and vertical landing, or better known as STOVL operations. This means that the supersonic fighter can get airborne at as little as 300 feet and land vertically by hovering in midair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look off to your right, you'll see the pilot coming in for the first of 2 high-speed passes. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-35B Lightning. The Lightning is referred to as a 5th-generation air platform, the most advanced in the world due to its combination of integrated sensor, weapons, and its low observability or stealth properties. Stealth technology allows the aircraft to fly in enemy airspace without being detected by radars that older aircraft cannot evade. The combination of stealth features, the APG-1 active electronically scanned array radar, and the electronic warfare suite, advanced optics, and the ability to carry weapons internally means the Lightning can engage targets at long ranges, all while avoiding detection. Reaching speeds up to Mach 1.6 and fly at heights up to 50,000 feet. The highly advanced fly-by-wire control system makes it extremely agile and reduces the pilot workload. Now we'll see some of that agility now as the pilot comes back from in-radius turn near show center. We're very proud to show you what the F-35B can do. It will fly from land and sea, from RAF Marham in Norfolk, and from the deck of Britain's biggest warships. The Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carriers are being built in Scotland and are the only aircraft carriers in the world designed specifically for F-35B operations. Now, get the cameras ready as Colonel Rusnak navigates the aircraft from left to right for a photo pass. He'll be maneuvering the aircraft into a slight left wing up orientation for the best possible photos. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Rusnak is now maneuvering the aircraft to configure for STOVL flight. Approaching crowd center, he will command the aircraft to change to STOVL mode by pressing a single button in the cockpit. You will see several doors opening. The large door on the top of the aircraft, just behind the canopy, is the upper lift fan door, exposing the powerful Rolls-Royce lift fan that allows the aircraft to hover. You also see doors at the rear of the aircraft which open to allow the main engine exhaust nozzle, which is also manufactured by Rolls-Royce in Bristol, to rotate downward. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Rusnak is going to bring the aircraft back in to hover near crowd center. The entire weight of the aircraft will be supported by the thrust from the lift fan, the main engine, and the roll control nozzles, collectively generating up to 40,000 pounds of thrust. This ability to hover is unique to the F-35B variant, and this is what allows it to be based onboard aircraft carriers and in austere environments. And you will notice as he decells into the hover how stable the aircraft is. I'd like to tell you that is pilot skill. However, that is in large part due to the control logic, the flight control logic of the aircraft. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the power of the engine as the aircraft enters the hover. As the aircraft accelerates out of the hover to return to its deployed base of RAF Fairford, you'll notice the landing gear coming up, the STOVL doors closing, and the aircraft returning to CTOL flight. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the demonstration of the F-35B Lightning, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy, and the United States Marine Corps. Hope you've enjoyed this display of the future of combat air power.
Jack, absolutely fantastic display to have this aircraft at Farnborough. The team must be having enormous fun. You had Fairford, you've been down here for 3 days now, and you're going to be here tomorrow, is that right?
Yes, sir. Having a great time. We love the opportunity to bring the aircraft here and show it off in the UK.
And the team that's all with you, are you all flying the F-35, or are you support, or what's the team?
There are 3 of us flying. So Lieutenant Colonel Rusnak, who flew today, Squadron Leader Nichols, who are doing the demos here this weekend, and then I flew earlier in the week on Monday and Tuesday.
Fantastic, Sherry. You've got 10,000 stickers, I heard, to get rid of. So when you leave the commentary position, there's a young lady here who doesn't want to take them home tonight, and she'd love to give them away. So they're all in a brown jumpsuit. It's very easy to see on the shoulder flash. On the right, it's got RIAT for Royal International Air Tattoo 2016 and Farnborough International Airshow. It's got a flash made up specifically for it. So chat to the guys and the girls of the team. Grab your sticker. It means you don't have to cart them home.
Definitely. Stickers. We've got some photos, some posters, and I believe some lapel pins as well.
Oh, I didn't know about those.
You might need to grab one of those before we go outside.
Well, I think before we let you out. Oh,
there you go.
Fantastic. Yeah. You see, what a blagger I am.
Right. That looks like the swordfish coming in.
So the fish coming in over Laffan's Plain. Swordfish evolved from the prototype of the Fairy, the TSR-2, Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance, TSR stands for. Originally from the Fairy Aviation Company, first flew in 34, entered service with 825 Squadron 1936. In all, something like 2,300 aircraft, 2,391 were made. Get the numbers there eventually. The crew could stand up in the fish. Indeed, we'll probably see that. I haven't seen the fish for many, many years, so it's great to see it back around. Indeed, if you're ever down the at Yeovilton, rather than just carrying down the 303, call in to the museum down there. It's a very good museum. There's a Concorde down there as well, Fleet Air Arm Museum. Imagine going to war in this. Imagine going up against German battleships, against Bismarck, which had so much weaponry on it, and yet clattering in at slow speed. Imagine going into Taranto harbour to block in the Italian fleet, who really didn't want you to do that, to block in the Italian fleet in Taranto. It was these aircraft that achieved that. A remarkable achievement. Single shot, one torpedo.
I was just going to say about that, just having one. So it's really just one and then that's that, isn't it?
One and that's it, yeah.
Got to make it count.
You've really got to make it count, and certainly the Fleet Air Arm did in the whole operations with Swordfish, because it's a classic biplane. By the time you went into the war, it's slow, it's big, but my goodness, did it account for some achievements. Indeed, I think as they come round, you will see the white ensign of the Royal Navy being deployed. The crew will be standing to the salute. Give them a way back to acknowledge. Actually, talking to pilots who've flown the Fish, say it's a remarkable aeroplane. You can fly at low speed, which is quite good for getting back on the carrier, but your maneuverability in that tough, long undercarriage, just slamming it back on the deck on a dark, horrible night. Clue to attention and saluting us here at Farnborough. White ensign streaming behind. Torpedoes where they put their overnight kit. A story somewhere. Operated off the MAC ships, merchant aircraft carriers. They can be carried on convoys, both as a deterrent to submarines and to boost the morale, really, of the sailors, knowing they've got a fish floating around. Go and have a look around. I talked a bit about some of the battles that the Swordfish done. The Battle of the Atlantic, the attack on the Italian fleet in Taranto, not Toronto, that would startle the Canadians. Yeah, they were our side, weren't they? At Taranto in November 1940. They were on the operation to seek, pursue and destroy Bismarck, which they achieved in May 41. There was the operation against Scharnhorst and Eisenach, the heavy cruisers, Prince Eugen, when they made that famous Channel dash in 1942. But it's carved its name in the history books by its exploits, really, in protecting convoys. They sailed on the Russian convoys. Indeed, on one such convoy, Swordfish embarked in an escort carrier. The Vindex, the striker, flew more than 1,000 hours on convoys from ships on the Northern Run in really vile weather. 1,000 hours on anti-submarine patrol in the space of something like 10 days. September 44, Vindex Swordfish sank 4 U-boats in a single voyage. Quite a remarkable feat by the crews, the engineers, and the Fleet Air Arm. Fish coming into land. Let's have a look at what we've got on the batting order still to come. Check the time by Breitling. Time is being adjusted somewhat. So we've got the B-25, the Yak-3, the Spitfire, the FA-18 Super Hornet, the Bearcat, the Typhoon, the P-51, the P-40, the Battle Britain Memorial Flight. Fly past by the Red Arrows just through 4 o'clock. They'll be getting ready to fly soon. Sally B, the B-17. Global Stars, DH Comet, Great War Display Team, the Bronco, the P-8, the Autogyro, and the Apache. out onto the runway now for his takeoff. Shortly, the B-25. Starting the takeoff run now. Yes, remarkable. 'Isn't that a great sound? B-25 Mitchell, bearing the name of Colonel Billy Mitchell. One of the outstanding bombers used by the American forces in World War II, and we'll be seeing another one a bit later on. Sally B, the B-17, will soon be pulled out of the parking base. Nearly 11,000 B-25 Mitchells were built between 1940 and 1945. (9,816) were received by the United States Army Air Force. Served every major front during the war with the United States Army Air Force, and the United States Navy, and forces of other Allied powers. Unlikely to be with the Axis powers, I guess. There's the little bomb bay. In fact, the bomb bay of the B-17, equally small bomb bay of the B-17, carries the same bomb load as that of a Mosquito. But this was really for long-range operations. Far-reaching operation indeed. We talk about the B-17, and on the left, being pushed across the runway, is Sally B. B-25 also earmarked for the Dutch Air Force in the Netherlands, East Indies. April 1942, squadrons went into action against Japanese targets in New Guinea and the Philippines, operating in some cases from concealed airstrips in the Philippines themselves. It was in April 1942, the 16th of April 42, that B-52s made an epic raid on Tokyo, flying off the United States ship Hornet 800 miles away from the target. The crews for this mission were drawn from the 17th Group and the 89th Reconnaissance Squadron. The aircraft were modified. They need to carry a bit more fuel to make that operation. Running in from the left. The aircraft, as I say, were modified, double the fuel load, the ventral turret, the northern bomb sight all removed. An autopilot was fitted because it was a long trip. 2 wooden guns were fitted in the tail to discourage stern attacks. Wouldn't have shot them down with it. Gross weight went right up to 31,000 pounds. Now these Mitchells were led by Doolittle, Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle. They bombed Tokyo, Kobe, Yokohama and Nagoya in April, on the 18th of April. all the aircraft subsequently crashed or force landed, but most of the crews survived. Doolittle himself received the Congressional Medal of Honor, and there is none higher.
Stratton, you mentioned the removal of the rear turret for that particular raid. In actual fact, they stuck black painted broomsticks in the tail as dummy guns.
I just said that. I didn't say
I
the
was out of the box
broomsticks.
at the time, sorry. I
said they were wooden.
Wooden broomsticks. Wooden broomsticks.
I can tell you, it's exciting sitting in the nose cone of a B-25 when it does a barrel roll at 1,500 feet. That was some years ago. We don't do that nowadays, carrying passengers. That was with Jeff Hawke. I thumbed a lift. Long undercarriage, see, because of the big propellers and where you're operating off rough areas, so you want to protect the engines and bits and pieces coming in. You can see that glass front, the nose of it. Where's Sally B? That's going around the back of the tag. Hangars. Fantastic to have a Mitchell here again at Farnborough. I did notice that we had some custard cream donuts downstairs that the technical operator has not shared with us up here.
I think someone needs to have a word. Mark?
I could really do with a custard cream donut now. Mark, what are you doing? I'll even lend you the £5. B-25 coming into land now. Then we're expecting an aircraft that got airborne at Alerny. This is the Yak-3, Yak F-3 fighter that got airborne to come back in, and then we should have a Spitfire around somewhere. I haven't seen it taxi. Very clattering sound of the engines. Imagine hearing a squadron of these take off, heavily laden. The Spitfire now is lining up on the right of the runway, the Spitfire to take off. I will not comment at all over the noise of the Spitfire taking off. I think it sings for us itself. So with the Spitfire clearing, we're expecting the return of the Yak-3, which is already airborne. Again, a successful Second World War piston fighter. Yak-3 now in sight on the camera, on the big screens, are coming in from our left. Dates from 1944. In fact, the capabilities of the new Yak-3 came as a nasty shock to the German Luftwaffe over the Soviet skies in the Second World War. A development of the Yak-1. Indeed, the Yak-1 series of fighters were well renowned for possessing an impressive rate of climb and an unmatched maneuverability. And then suddenly up to the Yak-3 made a big difference again, and that surprised everybody. Nearly 5,000 of the type would roll off the Soviet assembly lines and into war. In the most basic form, the Yak-3, of course, is the Yak-1, but it's made lighter, gives it more performance. Maintains certain design elements and then changed. So the true better aircraft first flew in 43, came into service 44. Cockpit was mounted forward of the fuselage, provided the pilot with a better view through the three-piece bubble canopy. Well, that's quite good if you're going to combat, to have a look around, see where the other people are and where you're going. That signature air scoop underneath the fuselage, you'll see in a moment. In terms of armament, single 20mm cannon fires through the propeller hub to time it, gearing, otherwise you tend to lose the whole propeller. Actually it's through the hub, actually it's right in the middle bit, isn't it? Yeah, no, I'm thinking of completely different. It's straight the hub, which is a bit in the middle. Couple of heavy caliber machine guns in the upper fuselage sides over the engines. They were synchronized to fire through the spinner. I knew it had something like that. (1700 horsepower), capable of speeds of up to 450 miles per hour. Designed by Yakolev. Just wonderful to hear the evocative sounds of the airframe exhaust propeller combination on these wonderful vintage Second World War fighters, and indeed the B-52 Mitchell, the bomber. Something rather special. So from a Soviet fighter of the era, we move our attention, and again I'm going to keep absolutely stum when this next aircraft flies. This is the RR-232 Spitfire, unique amongst even Spitfires, built from scratch in Great Britain using parts sourced from around the world by its owner Martin Phillips. After friends presented him with a single rivet and challenged him to build a Spitfire, a 13-year-long quest began. And you're going to see the results of that quest. From the left, one of the most beautiful fighters ever, the Spitfire. Well, the Red Arrows just started up at this end of the runway. A lot of tents being blown away. We're filling up with exhaust fume in the commentary box. Bearcat at the end of the runway. Actually, when I say we're filling up with exhaust fumes, we really are, aren't we? This is not good. F-18 Super Hornet. I haven't seen him taxi. I'm gazing. Yes, I can see him over by the radar tower. Bearcat to get airborne shortly. The Reds, I hope, to taxi shortly, if not quicker. Bearcat, then Typhoon, the P-51, the P-50, Battery Memorial Flight. The Reds fly past B-17, Global Stars, the DH Comet, Great War Display Team, Bronco, P-8, the Autogyro and the Apache. Those of you on the big screens can see the Blues. They're the engineers for the Red Arrows. The Blues doing the final checks. Once it started, you're checking for hydraulic leaks, fuel leaks, you're checking the flaps work up and down. Got a sequence to go through, checking the aircraft once it started. All done as a synchronized thing, so you don't miss anything. The routine is exactly the same every time. So you can check the serviceability of the Hawks. Now Lingy, the commentator for the Arrows, is not going to be here on account of he's decided to go flying. So he's left us to describe it. Thanks, Lingy, that's really great. He's just spawning off. Bearcat now airborne. Normally I'd say listen to the sound of the Bearcat, which you can hear over the Red Arrows. That's a beast and a half. Still haven't had him in our Krispy Kreme donuts, though.
No, heads will roll.
I hope so. Oh, the big screen. That's a very pretty picture with the light reflecting on the very bright colours of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Hawks of the Red Arrows. The Blues now out the way, so just waiting for Red 1 to get the clearance to taxi. Then they will taxi. Now I'm not entirely certain whether they're going to get the Bearcat display or he's going to hold. I believe we should have the F-18 after the Arrows have taxied. Indeed, the taxiing now of the Arrows. That means we'll be able to breathe again in the commentary box.
Oh. Things are starting to fall over as well. More fencing's down.
Yes, quite a bit of fencing.
And that staging that we were on earlier is looking
Staging looks
shaky.
really like going to be the world's largest hang glider.
We may need to duck at some point.
So the Reds are on the north side. I don't know where they're going to park when they come back. There's a certain amount of rebuilding to be done around this part of the display area. So the F-18 moving out. Indeed, the commentator for the Arrows is flying with red 1. He's bummed a lift, which he can do by sticking it in the lead aircraft, and he downgrades the performance of the noise very shortly here at Farnborough. I don't know what altitude we've got. Hopefully we've got up to the 8,000 feet, depending on the cloud. We may have the medium show, however. That is a dramatic way to enter the display. Climbing up, rolling still with the gear extended. Those afterburners cracking the Hornet along. This is the Super Hornet. 2 General Electric F414s, 22,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. You can see the vaporization on the top surface of the wing, the low pressure as he goes around a minimum radius turn, high G, positioning we think into a half Cuban 8. That will still tell us whether it's a he's a roll inverted, so that might give us a clue to which show he's putting on. Amazing agility of this formidable fighter. In service with the United States Navy, an extremely capable multi-role fighter. The Super Hornet program dates way back from 1991, but it's been upgraded and updated since. Super Hornets are like 25% larger than the original Hornet. Look at that high G and push. In an abrupt pull up and push. Unrestricted angle of attack even when rolling. Pilot going through severe positive G, then into negative G in that negative angle of attack as they push round the Hornet. Stay neatly within the airshow boundary, got tighter restrictions here. Have not heard yet whether he's got the 7,000 feet we need for aerobatics above us, but I think the cloud will sort that one out for us. Look at the puff of condensation, humidity on the top surface of the wing. Getting great shots on the cameras with this round for the Immelman pitchback. Now what's happening, he's still got one direction of flight, although the aircraft is pointing in different direction. It's a pirouette, showcasing the Hornet's lethal and agility in the nose pitching capability. So boot for a rudder, boot for a pitch, changes direction of the Hornet, then accelerates away. 22,000 pounds of thrust, accelerating the Hornet round. As the speed will come around, he'll wash it off using a bit of G into the low speed, high alpha attack from the end of the slow speed run. In will come the afterburners. So just drifting through this formidable fighter, coming back now inside the airfield about 105 miles. It's filled, in will come the afterburners. Watching on the big screens, you'll see the orange glows, they light up together. In a moment, symmetrically, you'll see them flash in against the dark sky. Watch the big screens, got a camera looking in the exhaust. There goes the afterburners, roaring it away. Look at that sight, up the exhaust pipe, the fumes. tearing away the Hornet. And then Bush. Accelerating away. This is coming round for a high-speed knife edge pass, we believe. For a low-speed knife edge pass from our left to right, get you a form view, a plan view of the aircraft. We're not going to see that classic lens cover of high-speed run. We've limited him to 600 knots, but you'd have seen some of those on the internet, no doubt. So a pitch up. Lost from sight from us into an inverted pirouette. The bars were changing between show items here. Boeing celebrating 100 years of aviation just yesterday here at Farnborough. This aircraft can crack along at Mach 1.6 times the speed of sound. We're not going to do that today, break too many windows. Knife edge pass. Along with 1.6 Mach, the approach speed coming back into a carrier is only 125 knots. And you hit the deck at that sort of speed. Now, if your approach speed is 125 knots, the wind over the carrier is about 25 knots, so you're coming in at 100 knots to a complete stop. Bang! With takeoff power selected, military power. You've got to take one of the cables. So it's quite a force. As soon as you take the cable, close the power, fold the wings, because the next guy is only a few seconds, 45 to 90 seconds behind you. In comes the FA-18. Now, I don't think we've got the altitude for a square loop. This could be for a loaded roll. Let's see what we get. Indeed, a loaded roll can just hang there in space before pushing forward. Gear extending from Boeing, and what amazing display that of the Hornet. Certainly an aircraft with a sting. They didn't like that comment in here.
You were doing so well.
An impressive aircraft is the Hornet. Now, where are the Reds? They're down by the takeoff position. Bearcat is airborne. I suspect we're going to get the Reds airborne prior to the Bearcat, but not entirely convinced either way. Watch the landing of the Hornet. Not a high impact, but the pilot doesn't really feel it. The very great suspension in that undercarriage. It's quite a soft landing inside the Hornet, although the aircraft itself hits down. That spongy undercarriage takes all of that shock, designed obviously for carrier landings. The carrier itself might be pitching and rolling on a horrid deck as well. Tailplanes forming a lot of extra drag. Slow down. We're not using the hook here at Farnborough, we just tear up the runway. Put a gully all the way down the runway. Reds moving out onto the runway. They will go off in several sections, so they'll roll quite a lot of the way down the runway. We haven't got their frequency up in here. So they'll go off in various sections and join up. Prior to going on, they will do a quick power check, just to check. I think it's about 6% power they go up to, and confirm all of them. They will call it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down to 9 to confirm they're all ready to go, and then the command will be Reds rolling now, and they will roll at a definite time gap between each of the sections. might have been wing walking, but I've flown with the Reds without a G suit.
You flew with the Reds?
Yes.
Did you?
That was a great phone call to receive. They said, my turn has come. So I said, I'm on the way. He says, not for a couple of weeks. I said, don't worry, I'm on the way.
Get there early.
Yeah, fantastic.
So you got in the co-pilot seat?
Well, when I say co-pilot, it's only
Well,
two.
you know what I
I know
mean.
what you mean, yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I was
The other seat.
I was just hanging on. I was told not to touch anything and don't talk. Yeah.
Right.
Don't touch anything. You don't know what you're doing. That's true. But it was fantastic. Out of RAF Cramwell we went. Third section away. Yes, indeed. You'll watch how they climb out as well.
It's a bit gradual, isn't it? It's not like a...
It is, but you'll notice that each section has taken off at a slightly different part of the runway, and the leading section is lower than the second section, which is lower than the third section. Now, why would that be, Michael? That's put you on the spot.
It has a bit. I'm guessing it's for the turbulence.
It is.
So
You
they
could
don't get
get
hit by
weight
the wake.
of the preceding aircraft, and therefore they split as well, so you're going in clear air, and then they will all join up together.
Yes.
Well thought out procedure to get all these. Oh, you knew that. I knew you knew that.
Well, I had some help. But I guess that's why they have that sort of... Is it a 2-minute gap between larger aircraft, like your 747s?
Oh, yeah. I mean, every aircraft leaves some sort of weight turbulence
Yes.
behind. So behind an A380 there's a bigger gap than there is behind a, I don't know, regional jet.
Yes.
747s and 737s for the weight turbulence, because some of them with the gear and the flap down does create a huge amount of turbulence. In fact, the 757 creates a lot of turbulence with the configuration of the flap behind. So yeah, there are spacings done for both takeoff and landing. Despite having a howling crosswind, you still do that just in case some of the weight turbulence is still there, because you don't want to find it. But if you go above the preceding aircraft, you'll be out of the way of the turbulence. And here comes the Bearcat from Grumman. This was designed by Grumman in response to the United States Navy request in the latter war years for a fast, responsive fighter deployed in the Pacific theatre. Now, the type did not see operational service during the Second World War, as the conflict had ended before the type entered service. However, it was used to great effect in French Indochina by the French Air Force. The Bearcat could outperform many early jet fighters of the period. And again, it's that wonderful classic sounds. Indeed, if you ever get the chance to go to Flying Legends at Duxford, you will have an abundance of these type of aircraft. It's a terrific show up at Duxford Flying Legends. This is a fighter collection aircraft built in 1948. Been with the fighter collection since 1981, making it the longest serving member of that fleet. Pratt & Whitney radial engine. Grumman, the company, has a good history spanning way back, right to the 1930s. Things like Wildcat, Hellcat, all of them, the cats. Bearcat. Useful for the not a very big aircraft, so storage on the carriers was useful. You get more on. That wonderful sound being produced by that Pratt & Whitney radial engine. 18 cylinders, 18-cylinder radial piston engine, around about 2,100 horsepower. Cracks along the Bearcat at around about 420 miles an hour. It's got a range, good range, about 1,000 miles. The surface ceiling right up at 38,000 feet. Well, that's a long way up, because I'll be cruising around in a jumbo at 35,000 feet. And it would startle me to overtake a Bearcat. Probably startled him as well.
And it's only a little thing as well, really, isn't it? It's a dinky little plane.
Yes. I mean, it's very, the agility, the speed, the acceleration. Get out now as the Bearcat comes round. Now we've got a few more aircraft to shuffle around. Let's have a look at Breitling time. We're at time 44, which means that the program is not as printed in front of me. Excellent. Well, I see the Typhoon has taxied. Mustang and Kitty Hawk about to roll, so I'll let you listen to these and the Bearcat land. So taking out to the runway, this will be a lot of noise again. If you have ear defenders, I suggest you do. I do suggest also when you get home, use a lot of moisturizer, because I know a lot of you will be suffering with windburn and sunburn. You won't realise that until you get in a shower and realise how it stings. A lot of jet fuel around the airfield just adds to windburn and sunburn. When you do go, follow the signs. Please do follow the signs and the marshallers. We've got a plan outside. We did have one exhibitor who thought he knew a shortcut on Wednesday and went down and found himself in a cul-de-sac. We left him there for half an hour. But if you follow the signs and the marshallers, it will all work well. Airshow Radio will have the traffic and travel for you. The coaches going back to the stations will be doing a continuous conveyor belt. Just take your time when you go. If you all try and get on one bus, it's going to be very, very crowded. So moving now out onto the runway to roll forward to the takeoff position. This is going to run from there. This is the Typhoon, Eurofighter Typhoon from BAE Systems. BAE Systems Typhoon provides air forces with a highly capable and extremely agile multi-role combat aircraft, where you're going to see how agile it is very shortly. EJ200 turbofans, getting him airborne with the afterburners. straight into the inverted.
It carries a lot of weaponry, doesn't it?
It does, and indeed, a lot of people say, why are you carrying all this kit? Because they can. This is the first time it has been displayed fully kitted up. It's got its brimstones, it's got the fuel tanks on it, it's got the paved ways, it's got Meteor beyond visual range air-to-air missiles. It makes very, very little difference to the aircraft being fully kitted up. So this is really showing the full development of the aircraft. So taking off in full reheat. 20,250 pounds of thrust with the afterburner. Speed, goes for a long inverted pass, rolling back the right way up, continuing to roll from inverted to inverted. Nat Makepeace from Wharton, flying the Typhoon. In terms of speed, it can crack along at twice the speed of sound. And at low level, it can accelerate from 200 knots to Mach 1 in a mere 30 seconds. I told you you'd see that it was agile. I think that's being amply demonstrated here. Typhoon has a total of 13 external stores hardpoints. 5 are located on the fuselage, with 4 on each wing. The weapons are numerous. AIM-120s, Meteors, Sidewinder, those sort of things for air-to-air ops, along with Brimstone, Taurus, Storm Shadow and paveway munitions for air-to-surface. If that's not enough, it's got a 27mm Mauser gun.
Just in case.
Just in case. Well, you might find someone to have a shot at. Stress to +9 and -3. Much of the aircraft is carbon fiber composites, around about 70% of the surface area. This cuts down a lot of weight, gives a lot of performance. Aircraft control is via inboard and outboard flaperons. On the trailing edge of the delta, the rudder and the all-moving foreplanes located below the windscreen. It has a full authority quadruplex fly-by-wire control system. Gives its marvellous performance and handling. Certainly moving in to be a very successful aircraft. Royal Air Force has them on standby. Royal Air Force has Typhoons on standby 24 hours, 7 days a week in the United Kingdom to intercept any aircraft approaching UK airspace that's not identified and indeed welcome. It's not unusual for them to be deployed for someone who's misselected a frequency to go and have a look and see who it is. Rolled inverted, rolling slowly around and pushing -G initially to pitch up and roll minimum radius for a turn. Looks impressive, all that kit hanging off the wing doing this display. Typhoon also available as a single seat or 2-seat version. The 2-seat itself is combat capable. Type has also been bought by Austria, Saudi Arabia, Oman and Kuwait. They've also expressed commitments to the aircraft. Typhoon has a service life of around about 6,000 hours, and that equates to something like 25 years. of service life. Typhoon provides air forces with a highly capable, extremely agile aircraft. Certainly losing none of its incredible agility, being fully kitted up. This is phase 3 enhancements. See that big speed brake just behind the cockpit. Braiding drag just now being put away, of course. Magnificent display by the Typhoon. And now if you look to the left, the return of the Kitty Hawk and the Mustang in formation. The P-40 and the P-51. And again, I won't talk too much over these aircraft. We're still not trying to sell them after all. Widely accepted that the Royal Air Force had 4 legendary fighters during the Second World War that brought them the ultimate victory. Hangar 11 collection, very fortunate to own and operate all 4 of these fighters. They, of course, comprise of the Spitfire, the Mustang, the Hawker Hurricane, and the P-40 Kitty Hawk. Mustang and Kitty Hawk displaying in front of us now. from the left as the Kitty Hawk lands. 2 aircraft from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are running in from our left. Hurricane and the Spitfire. Spitfire with the invasion markings, that pedestrian crossing type effect, the invasion markings, used in D-Day and also for the Korean War to identify Allied aircraft easily for the troops on the ground. The Hurricane just behind. Many more Hurricanes around in the Battle of Britain than there were Spitfires. Spitfires were really coming to their own in that transition. Of course, the Battle of France was very much the Hurricanes. 1 squadron based in France, 73 squadron, I think, likewise, or it's 74. But the two complemented each other brilliantly. So a single fly past by the Battle Memorial Flight. Now we're watching out for the red arrows also to come past and do a fly past. We're watching out left or right. We're trying to give you some warning on that. The Krispy Kremes have turned up. Thank you, Katie Taylor from Farnborough International Limited. 12 Krispy Kreme, well, there's 9 now. Krispy Kremes have turned up in the commentary position and they are gorgeous. Lovely. Indeed, there's an aircraft in formation with the arrows, or rather the arrows in formation with an aircraft, and looking at that, it looks like an A400 Atlas, which we got parked here, so I don't know where they acquired that one. Do they just find one floating around and said, I'll tell you what, you know, do you suppose the crew of the 400 cruising around and they suddenly look over their shoulder and think, oh, look, this is arrows. Because it's not on the batting order.
I have to say, I did sort of give this away on the stage show earlier this morning. Because I'd heard a whisper and I was on stage with the Reds.
And it's such a whisper you didn't tell us.
Well, I wasn't thinking about it until, you know. But yes, I did. And the Reds weren't too impressed, I think. They were like, that was supposed to be a secret. But I believe it is an A400.
Where's the trust?
I know. What, not telling you guys? I want to keep it a secret for you. You normally know everything before me, so I thought, you know, that's the one thing I've got. Oh, Stratton's not happy.
Harumble. It's going to have to be another Krispy Kreme. Sally B taxied out on the north side of the airfield. So the rest of the program, we're waiting for the red arrows flying through with a surprise item. Thank you, Michael Underwood. Then the B-17, the Global Stars, the DH Comet, Great War display team, the Bronco, the P-8, Poseidon, the Auto Gyro, which is an amazing display, and to end from the British Army, the Apache. And indeed, the reason we have a delay is we have a priority movement. We have one of the helimeds, helicopter emergency medical service helicopters, just going into Frimley Hospital at the moment, and he has priority over all airspace, a bit like the London's helicopter. There's 2 helicopter calls operating in London. What's unique about London's air ambulance is it takes a surgical team to the patients, and by taking the surgical team you can perform things, if you're not too squeamish, like a thoracotomy on the roadside. And what's a thoracotomy? Well, you zip open the chest, you rummage around inside, and you sort out the damage. And that's what aeromedicine do. They get to the scene very, very quickly. London's air ambulance already performed 3 Reboas on the streets of London. And I'm not going to go into the details of what Reboa is. It is an incredible life-saving procedure. But there are some people that probably in the commentary position will faint and feel quite ill if I talk about Reboa. So our helicopter medical emergency services around the country are essential. All around in remote areas, of course, getting a doctor and a very highly qualified paramedic to the scene also saves a lot of lives. So I don't know which one, whether it's the Hampshire helicopter. It'd be unusual for the London because it would normally go into the Royal London or St George's Hospital for trauma. I know all about that because I'm in the process of raising quite a lot of money for the air ambulance and indeed for another bit of the ambulance service in London. So I'm a little bit associated with it, but I'm not even dreaming of to tie the boots of a paramedic. But I do have fun.
You do oh, hang on a minute. I think they're coming in now.
Well, it's a long zoom lens we've got. I haven't heard they've been cleared in. They are still a way out. So if they continue rolling in towards us, they will be for fly past from your left. They may just hold off again until the helimed's in, which they are. Yeah, the Reds are in a loose, gentle formation at the moment.
There's a village over there, somewhere having a fantastic time
That's
with
great,
that flyover going over.
It's superb, isn't it?
Going over their homes. Crookham Village.
Indeed, talking about London's air ambulance, the helicopter on standby every hour now of daylight, the fact that we've got 2 helicopters. Before that, for 11.2 million people within London, there was only 1 helicopter, and it was scheduled to be offline for 52 days of the year. And then we go into the cars, 5 or 4 fast response cars. If the weather's rubbish, back into the cars, and at night time, back into the cars, because landing a helicopter in London where there's so many lights at night is dodgy. But daytime, you only need 3/4 the size of a tennis court, which means Trafalgar Square, Oxford Circus, the British Museum by Holborn. All of those are landing points for London's air ambulance. And anywhere in London they can get to within 7 or 6 minutes, and taking a surgical team with them. I won't tell you about some of the cases they've gone to. It's all a bit too emotional and full on. But the support they need, and so does Hans Air Ambulance, and the air ambulances around the country is always there, because you never know, it might be you or someone you know next. Looking at the formation now with lights on, I suspect this is the flyby, left to right with red arrows of an A400. We were just briefed at a moment ago by Michael, who knew about it all morning.
We're not bitter.
So now we've got to position the red arrows to come into land to rejoin. So actually, although you've had one flyby, you're going to get another one because there were flyby in formation to break midway down the runway to come in and do a streamer landing. Just in time for the barriers that have been put up, for the barriers to go down again. It's all right. The boss is down there now. They daren't move. He's forbidden it. Ian, the director of One Box Television, just asked me which way will the flyby come from. Probably right to left. On account of they will land into wind, which will be right to left. And it's easier to go down that way, so you can break downwind to land. And what will happen is they will come in, red 1 will break first at a specific time after that. Then they will break red 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. So that going downwind, they've got about equal spacing for the landing. And when they come into land, they will be landing left and right of the center line. One will be lower than the other in order to be outside the wake turbulence. And occasionally you'll see, and I remind you this, you'll get a puff of smoke just at the threshold. Red 1 probably pops a bit of smoke there, and that makes it look a very obvious windsock. And then if any of the other guys find a bit of turbulence, they will pop a little bit of smoke as well, just to show where the turbulence. If you look to your right now, in come for the break and run to land from the Royal Air Force, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Other reason for landing left and right is so that you leave the center line free, that if someone needs to do a go around or has brake fade, they can go through the middle and continue down the runway. So red 1 down, obviously happy with the wind strength and no turbulence. Don't always pop a bit of smoke, but occasionally one will. Like that. Found a bit of sink. Also means the next bloke can't see a thing. If Angelica Bell's still here, I can let her know that Michael's just had his second donut.
Why would you do that? Why would you say that out loud on the speaker system? Are you crazy? I don't think she is still here. I hope she's not still here.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just going to have to deny it. He's making it up again. You know Stratton.
Yeah, right. Got the empty box here now.
I'll tell you something else I learned actually this morning. I was chatting
Oh,
to...
is this something else that would have been useful to know 10 minutes ago?
Oh, what? Do you know what? Since he's had that sugar fix, Mark, he's got a bit funny, isn't he?
I know, it's affected him.
Hasn't he?
Oh, go on, tell us then.
Well, I was chatting to Hugh, who I believe is one of the squadron leaders for the F-35.
Yes.
And we were asking what he would like to do. And obviously he flies this incredible jet fighter, but is there anything else he'd like to do? And he actually didn't make it to become a Red Arrow.
Into the Reds.
Yeah, he really wanted to do it, and he didn't make the cut. And yet here he is, you know, flying on the...
Have they not taken him flying?
Well, I don't know.
I mean...
Oh, I think just taking him for a flight. I don't
as
think they have, no. Because he was saying, you know, I wanted to be
So
a
therefore
Red.
he was on the scrounge for a flight with the Reds this
I think
morning.
he was, and yet he's flying F-35Bs. It's amazing, isn't it?
I
Just
suspect
goes to
they'd say,
show.
look, you take us flying in the F-35, we'd take you flying in the
There you
Reds.
go.
So it ain't going to happen, is it?
No, it's probably not, to be honest, no. But it just goes to show how elite the Reds are.
Yes.
And how, you know, difficult it is
And
to get in there.
It's difficult for the Reds as well because it's a 3-year, maybe longer, and you're going around the world, different climates, different time zones. You're always on duty. You're going to diplomatic parties all the time. You're always there representing Great Britain and the Royal Air Force. It's a lot to do. It's not just the flying that they do, the flying operation. It's the teamwork. You're with these guys and the families associated. They become incredibly good friends over the years because you're doing your whole life round everything to do with the Reds. And it's again with the Blues. The Reds and the Blues, they are a close-knit community. They really have worked so hard together over the years. They could not do it. The Reds couldn't do what they do without the Blues. They're in blue suits, light blue suits. Without that team on the ground, this lot couldn't go flying. So Global Stars are getting ready to get airborne and hold before they come back in. Global Stars getting airborne. The one at the back, no doubt, is Mark Jeffries. Getting airborne, doing a long knife edge pass down the runway. Seen Mark for many, many years doing his aerobatics. We had him out at the Bahrain Airshow and seen him around many, many shows. A very skillful pilot. And the other team, I haven't seen this team display before. However, moving out on to the runway, the only airworthy example in Europe today. This is based at Duxford at the Imperial War Museum. It's a 70-year-old lady. It's a memorial, flying memorial to the 79,000 Allied airmen who lost their lives in Europe during the Second World War. It is Sally B, the B-17. Sally B, like all these vintage aircraft, suffering with the lack of funds. And I know that a large number of you saw and had a guided tour around Sally B this morning. They took groups of 4 at a time into the aircraft. And of course they have the Sally B supporters club, the team. And again, if you're here tomorrow, which you probably won't be, but some will be, again in the morning you'll be able to look around Sally B at a small contribution to its upkeep. She is an incredible aircraft. She's a beautiful aircraft. The bomb load would be similar to that of the Mosquito, but it was built for operations out into the Pacific from the west coast of the United States for long-range missions. But it really came into its own in Europe for the long-range bombing missions way into Germany, escorted by the Mustang, the P-51 Mustang, often flying with its own fuel tanks, which would drop off as well, because you don't want those when you go to combat. the Flying Fortress. 4 Wright Cyclone radial engines, each producing 1,200 horsepower. The maximum speed, well, not an awful lot actually, I suppose. 280 odd miles an hour compared to those of the Bearcat that we saw was 420, those sort of things. However, the range, 2,000 miles with 6,000 pounds worth of bomb. And that's what really made it an incredible long-range aircraft. Operated since 1982 by her namesake and guardian, Ellie Salingbo, who we saw in the commentary box earlier this morning. The B-17 preservation. Sally B flies with the help of a dedicated team of professional volunteers and the backing of the Sally B Supporters Club, of which you can look up online and make a donation. We don't need huge donations, we just need a lot of people doing not a lot in the way of donations, and then we will preserve Sally B for many more years. Built in 1945, one of 12,731 Flying Fortresses built. Sally B is one of a mere handful of survivors. As I say, the last remaining airworthy B-17 in Europe. She's done a few films. Memphis Belle, We'll Meet Again, Over Here, Bomber Crew, and the 2007 film Black Book. The B-17 is a charity, a registered charity, the Charitable Trust, established 16 years ago. Sally B, the checkers on the number 3 engine is in memory of Ted White, who got this aircraft across and produced it at Duxford. He was killed flying in Malta. He's a dear friend, and it's great to see still his colours flying on Sally B. I once thumbed a lift on Sally B, went off and did 4 air shows. In the days that you could go and take extra people on Sally B. It was literally taxiing out at Duxford. Don Bullock was flying it, so that must have been in the 70s. I started thumbing a lift and he stopped, and I jumped in the back and off we went. Can't repeat those sort of things nowadays. What a majestic sight. Now, because of the airspace restrictions and certain rules and regulations that have changed recently, all we can really get is just the takeoff and the landing. That's all they're allowed to do at the moment. Those rules and regulations will change as the years go on. So next Farnborough, we may well see a completely different type of display. Tail wheel still off the ground, almost back to nothing, and down goes the tail wheel. The Reds shortly to come across to the south side and park. Someone's nicked the rest of my flying program. If it's not nailed down in the commentary position, get your hands off those donuts. If it's not nailed down in the commentary position, they go missing. Reds coming across, we may well get the global stars happy to display above the runway as the Reds are crossing. Indeed, I can hear them, can't see them from this commentary position. And indeed, today, and through the whole week, we've had Plains TV here filming for the official Farnborough International DVD and Blu-ray. They're covering all the flying display action during the entire week. And indeed, I know they've had 5 cameras on the ground. And as an added bonus, they've had some in-cockpit cameras on board some of the aircraft. Now, if you advance order the DVD or Blu-ray today, you'll get a free DVD called Airshow Action 9, which contains some classic airshow action from recent years, including the final flight of the Vulcan last year, a rare airshow appearance of Concorde, and several interaction in-cockpit special features on board during the display, such as the Meteor, the Bristol Fighter, F-16 and Air Sparks. That's with nighttime pyrotechnics. Now, you can have the order, you can order using your mobile phone. Text DVD to 78070. Text DVD to 78070. You will pay £1.50 deposit towards the cost of the DVD plus your normal network charges, and Plains TV will get back to you to complete the order. Text DVD to 78070. Now the cost, the Blu-ray is £25 plus postage and packaging. The DVD is £20 plus postage and packaging. Plains TV have been doing their usual magnificent filming, and that DVD will be out in quick time after the show. So that number again, 78070, with the simple text DVD, and Plains TV will come back to you. If you want to talk to them direct to order, the stand is in front of the UK Drone Show, and you can pick up your free DVD today. And here, if we turn our attention to the global stars, Formation Aerobatic Team. They visited India twice this year, flying something like 30 displays in 5 weeks. The team leader, former British champion Mark Jeffries. Another British champion, Tom Castle, Steve Carver and Chris Bucket complete the regular lineup with Michael Pickin. And I saw Mike Pickin at briefing yesterday, so I don't know whether Mike is flying today. The team fly variants of the German-built composite monoplane, the Extra. They got the 260, the 300 and 330, and the French-built Cap 232. Nice, pretty, comfortable box formation. The display is certainly compact. I haven't seen this display before because they weren't here on the trade days. And I'm just looking to see if we've got a sequence in the copious amounts of photographs of what the pilots look like, which is very difficult to explain to you on air. Blipping the smoke. It's a unique way of doing it. I suppose it preserves the oil that you're using. Great War display team are on frequency. This is quite a unique Wi-Fi controlled dotty smoke. How have they done that then? Jeffries, the boss, he's been doing competition and display flying since 1984. Since then, he's been British champion at all levels 10 times. The British champion, British team member at international level 10 times. In 1985, he entered 6 competitions and won 5 of them. It's an interesting, furious B sound, isn't it? As the G-force and the aerodynamics change on the aircraft, they're keeping in formation, changing of the throttle to keep yourself perfectly placed, and slightly different aircraft, of course, slightly different performance. And it's like an angry bunch of bees. Or actually, no, I'm just going to stay.
Oh, no.
I think we'll just
No.
stay there. Now, I don't know whether, because we have not had a sequence, whether we're going to get Mark Jeffries doing a solo act or whether it's just the formation. I do hope we get a solo from Mark, because it is incredibly good aerobatics that he does. Splitting into a series of rolls. Now they are splitting up. Oh, here's a heart, which I'm getting on the screen, but I can't see it out the window.
That's great. That's a good shape. Good shape to that.
All right. Series of crossovers with high rates of roll, hesitation rolls, big span-wise ailerons, giving that cracking great rate of rolls. Good performance, power-to-weight ratio. They haven't given us a sequence, so I can't tell you in which aircraft who is, or indeed what they're going to do next, or what they've just done. Quite like the blipping of the smoke. One of them climbing vertically up, pull back, high G, spinning down. Yup. Should have started counting how many of those were. Now, we don't know up here, but I'm going to assume that this solo is Mark Jeffries. Having watched him display many, many times, it's got the panache and zang and accuracy and certainly the viciousness of it. Continuous rolling up, 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 up and going, going, going.
I always get nervous at this maneuver when it seems to stall and just fall.
When it just hangs. Now,
Oh.
they're just hanging and rotating back down through its own smoke in a tail slide, but it's a rolling tail slide. Still hanging there before gravity wins. Down comes the nose. team now formed up again. Just had notification that the Bronco will not be flying. Great War display team are on frequency. The P8 should be taxiing soon. Autojaro and the Apache still to come. Global Stars landing, taxiing in. And we are expecting a touring item from Old Warden. This is the DH Comet, the Comet Racer, Grosvenor House. I'm just checking with air traffic, that is. The Bronco is out. The P8, rather, Poseidon. I haven't seen him taxi yet, but there's a bit of time to go. Autogyro and the Apache. And the Apache is a very interesting display. And I won't steal the thunder of the commentator. So the Comet Racer has just been called in on Friday, the 1st of August 2014. The Shuttleworth Collection de Havilland DH-88 Comet test flew at its Old Warden base for the first time in almost 12 years, marking the return to flight of this much missed classic racer. Designed, built and flown by de Havilland in just 9 months in 1934, really exclusively to participate in the Sir Macpherson Robinson England to Australia air race. We are talking the early 30s. The Comet was a racing thoroughbred, powered to a maximum speed of 237 miles an hour, 2 6-cylinder de Havilland Gypsy engines. It's a pretty aircraft. Well worth a trip up to Old Warden to the Shuttleworth Collection on their flying days. Striking profile, slender, 29-foot wooden spruce plywood fuselage. It's only 44-foot wingspan. One of just 5 Comets manufactured. Registration Golf Alpha Charlie Sierra Sierra. Entered into the race by the managing director of the Grosvenor House Hotel in Mayfair, hence named Grosvenor House in honour. Not only won the race at the hands of Scott and Campbell Black, but arrived back at Mildenhall, UK on the return leg just 13.5 days after it left for Australia, breaking records in the process. Passed the Royal Air Force for evaluation, was assigned us another serial number, several incidents at RAF hands, oops, sold it to civilians. The historic racer achieved further fame, setting new records for flights to Cape Town. An impressive England to New Zealand round trip, which the Comet completed in just shy of 11 days. This is an aeroplane built in 1934. I would say well ahead of its time. Ended up at Shuttleworth in 1965, I'm thinking mid-60s, certainly. 64, 66, something like that. Back into the original paint scheme, as you see now, Grosvenor House. Had a little crunch in 2002. Hence it's offline for quite some time, but it's been put together by the very, very knowledgeable and skillful Shuttleworth engineers. A lot of support from the Light Aircraft Association also to get this aircraft. LAA involved with a lot of these types of aircraft. Their knowledge and skill is quite considerable. In 2 months' time, it will be its 80th anniversary. A very elegant old girl. There are some aeroplanes that are very pleasing to the eye, and this is certainly one of them. Well, as the next items come into sight, this will be the Great War display team. My great pleasure to welcome an old friend of mine and co-commentator who's going to take over. This is Steve Slater. So, Steve, take it away, Sam.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and once again a privilege to be at Farnborough. Really, literally the home of the design of many of the aircraft you're going to see in front of you today. And you'll see we've probably been watching them holding off over just to the east of Blackbush for a little while, and now preparing to run in to give us the sight and the sound and the spectacle of flying 100 years ago. The Great War display team, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see biplanes, triplanes and two of the very first monoplanes, and it really is just a demonstration of how fast aviation developed during the years of the Great War. And you can see there the two SE-5s leading two German Junkers trench strafers, and at the same time 3 triplanes behind, the British Sopwith triplane and 2 replicas of the Fokker DR-1, the dry-decker, the Fokker triplane. As they run in now, descending fast, the 100-year-old design this month is the Sopwith triplane, flown by team leader Gordon Brander, as the Great War display team, ladies and gentlemen, recreate the sight and the sound of the Great War. And one aircraft breaking away from the formation, flying from left to right. That's one of the 2 Fokker triplanes, as the rest of the team heading around to run in from the left. And you'll see actually the team here cascading at different heights, and actually starting a run down now comes the Sopwith triplane, an aircraft that made its maiden flight from Kingston-on-Thames in 1916, with bang on its tail the aircraft that was actually copied from the Sopwith design, the Fokker DR-1. And you can see there's a difference here. The Sopwith triplane there, you can see with wires bracing the wings, whereas this Fokker triplane used a cantilever wing, very much a more modern wing design, a lot less drag, and capable of equal maneuverability and higher speed. And already you're seeing that both ends of the flight line now, ladies and gentlemen, what was sometimes known as a circle of death, what was sometimes known as the virtuous circle. These aircraft, very, very similar in terms of top speed, whether it was the Junkers monoplane, and you can see the Junkers there with the dummy rear gunner in the back cockpit, or the single-seat scout aircraft, the Sopwith triplane, heading away now just towards the control tower, pursued by one of the Junkers, or the SE-5 biplanes. All these aircraft had around about the same speed, so the only way you could take evasive action was to turn, and turn tighter than your opponent. Now, just as in the 1900s, during the Great War, the Western Front normally had a strong west to east wind, and that actually worked against the British pilots or the Allied pilots, because the British and French pilots, all the time they were circling, were being blown towards the German lines. And actually, you'll notice that the display today is actually, even with the relatively light wind we've got now, being centered rather more to the west. And the reason for that is the new Civil Aviation Authority display regulations mean there's no overflying of the congested areas and the housing areas over to the east of the airfield, and the wind has actually been blowing the aircraft in that general direction, so they're centering their display a little bit further west. So those of you who are up by the east end of the display line, I apologize we can't go all the way to you there. There's actually a very tight turning area there as well, and these aircraft are actually being flown at the limit of their aerodynamic performance to make these turns. Now you'll see coming along the flight line now the two monoplane aircraft, the Junkers CL-1 aircraft. These are actually known as Bosch babies because they are actually small American single-seat monoplanes modified to be replicas of the German Junkers aircraft. They were designed in 1917, 1918 as a trench strafing aircraft, and they were very effective. They were amongst the first aircraft to carry armour plating against ground fire, and they were literally flying tanks. Now on the tail of the Junkers that's turning just to the right of the control tower now comes one of the three SE-5 aircraft that are in our display, flown by Dave Linney, Ernie Hoblin and Vic Lockwood. This one is actually Dave Linney at the controls of this aircraft. The SE-5 was designed by H.P. Folland, literally in the buildings you can see at the far right end of the flight line. It was a Royal Aircraft Factory design. SE stood for Scout Experimental, and along with the Sopwith Camel, it became one of the most successful aeroplanes of the Great War. And again, you can see the SE now getting onto the tail of the Junkers. Has to watch out, of course, because there's a rear gunner in that Junkers. Has to try and stay in the blind spot created by the other aircraft's tail. Meanwhile, I can see one of the Fokker DR1s circling higher up, and the other DR1 very much hooked onto the tail of the Sopwith triplane. Sopwith triplane was actually the first of those triplane designs. It was designed by Herbert Smith in a former ice skating rink down in Surrey, and the aircraft was actually created from a Sopwith pup fuselage with the narrower wings but more wing area because of the triplane configuration, which they hoped would give greater visibility and still a good tight manoeuvring radius. The Germans actually took on the similar design, more parallel development than copying, and Fokker designed the Dreidecker. It's actually Reinhold Platz was the actual designer of it, and it used a more advanced construction. Steel tubes in the fuselage of the Fokker rather than a braced wooden construction made it lighter, and in fact the struts on the Fokker triplane, they're really much there to keep the pilot's confidence. The actual cantilever wing design is actually strong enough to operate even if the struts were missing. And now again you can see circling centre, you'll see the Sopwith triplane with the Fokker triplane on its tail. And the two aircraft again, well, a bit of smoke from the Sopwith there, looks like a kill. Meanwhile, moving in from right to left, we're looking out for one of the SEs. He's actually on high patrol. You'll see streamers trailing from the struts on Ernie Hoblin's SE-5A. Ernie is actually one of the veterans of the Great War display team, been flying these aircraft for over 30 years, and in fact has built several replicas, including the Sopwith triplane, as well as the SE-5 that he's currently flying. And those streamers on the struts are actually there to tell you that that is a formation leader. So if you were a young pilot needing in the hectic environment of a dogfight, and in that environment of a dogfight, you needed to find your team leader to formate on. You looked out for the aircraft carrying the streamers. The bad news was that the bad guys also looked out for the streamers and made it a priority to try and shoot that man down. The Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5, as I said earlier, designed literally in the black sheds over to the right of the flight line here at Farnborough. First flew in November 1916. And it actually had a much better overall performance than the Sopwith Camel. Meanwhile, beautiful sound from a Warner radial engine that's on the front of the Sopwith triplane, in fact, and the pursuing Fokker triplane there. Those two aircraft both using an American radial engine rather than the rotary engine which would have been fitted to the aircraft where the cylinders turn with the propellers. If you have a look in the Brooklands display behind the flight line, you'll see some aircraft there with the original rotary engines. The problem with the rotary engine is it has a service life before full overhaul is required of around about 25 hours flying. And the Great War display team used these replica aircraft quite heavily through the summer months, replicating these dogfight scenarios. And as you can see now, this is a tremendous sight and environment. Two of our guys appear to be now conducting a dogfight over Lasham. I'm not quite sure what the gliding guys will think about that, but I'm sure they'll be coming back in a moment. Meanwhile, we get the Sopwith and the Fokker. You'll notice the snake band on the fuselage of the two Fokker dry-deckers. The one with the red and white snake band, they're both actually authentic liveries carried by by aircraft that flew in 1917. And the one with the red and white bands, that actually replicates a DR-1 flown by Lieutenant Lutz Begman of Jasta 6 in March 1918. He actually survived the Great War and then ended up commanding Junkers 52 aircraft as a transport squadron leader in the Luftwaffe in World War II. And when we see the other DR-1 triplane coming in as well, we'll see that now coming from left to right. Is just a little distance out at the moment. That one you'll see it's got a black and white snake, and that actually is the aircraft that is owned but not flown today by Iron Maiden lead singer Bruce Dickinson, and that carries the markings of a gentleman called Johan Janssen, who actually scored 13 victories with the aircraft carrying those markings. Right to left then for the Sopwith triplane. Natural linen finish on this particular aircraft because this actually is carrying the markings of the prototype aircraft, which flew from Brooklands in early 1916. In fact, it was 28th of May 16. And would you believe it was so successful, it bypassed normal test flying and went straight to France after its maiden flight. And the aircraft then was flown in squadron service, and it was reputed to have been sent up with number 1 Squadron Royal Naval Air Service in pursuit of an enemy aircraft within 15 minutes of arriving in France. They did things quick in those days. The aircraft is in a clear dote Irish linen finish, lighter than the in weight than the dark finish that was put on aircraft later. But the aircraft with a linen finish tended to be an aircraft that couldn't stand being left out in the rain, and there was very little hangarage in France. And meanwhile, you'll also see the darker livery, Nevo, as it was known, as the dark khaki livery on the later SE5s. That was more weatherproof, and the little bit of weight that was gained actually was regarded as worthwhile for having an aeroplane that would stand out in the weather for more than 6 months at a time. Well, we're going to have our final fly-through, I think, from the Great War team. So we're going to say cheerio, enjoy the sight and the sound of flying as it was in the Great War.
So as the team departs, the next aircraft to display, we have still to display the P-8 Poseidon, we have the Autogyro and the Apache from the British Army. I was just talking to Ian, the director, on talkback, and saying that we still got some Krispy Kreme donuts in the commentary position, and all the camera crew said that they actually want one as well. In fact, on the big screen, get off their mind, their mind. Queuing up. P8 airframe combines the mid-size 737-800 fuselage with the longer wings and increased gross weight of the 737-900, the ER, the extended range. Unique wing configuration of the P8, powered by two CFM56 high bypass turbofans, each producing something like 27,000 pounds of thrust. And that is an equally startling rate of climb. Of course, Boeing celebrated their centenary yesterday here at Farnborough. P8 flew its first flight in April 2009, entered operational service with both the United States and the Indian navies in 2013 last year. No, not last year, Stratton can't do. Some 3 years ago. Now in full production rate. To date, Boeing has delivered 47 P-8As to the United States Navy. 8 of the international variants have been delivered to India. I also reckon they're going to be making their first delivery to the Royal Australian Air Force by the end of this year. Aircraft has increased fuel capability over the commercial 737, giving it a very much extended range and endurance. Well, that's really what you want to do with this type of aircraft. They've also got in-flight refueling capability. And indeed, they've passed their certification flights, tanking from a United States Air Force KC-135 already. Now, I think the camera pod may well be displayed, or deployed rather, and the weapons bay open indeed it is. The configuration, 2 inert AGM-84 Harpoon missiles under the wings. It's dead easy to tell they're inert because they've got a blue band of paint around them. We can see that very clearly from here. At least I was told they've got the blue band paint around them at briefing. In fact, there you are, you can see it. If you look at the big screens, you can even see the colour in it. What a fantastic bit of filming. That is not an easy task. Well done, guys. You can have the Krispy Kremes that I may leave. 4 underwing pylons capable of carrying a variety of weapons for its multi-role maritime and anti-surface warfare missions. You saw the aft internal weapons load. 5 stations in the weapons bay, each designed to carry the Mark 54 torpedo. Actually, the weapons bay, you can carry a variety of depth bombs or search and rescue kits depending on the mission requirement. It's got good handling characteristics, as you can see. It can maneuver at low altitudes and at various speeds, as being demonstrated here, and also cruise at high altitudes and airspeeds, meaning you can get deployed anywhere around the world in double quick time. In the mid-cabin, 5 operator stations which are control the fully integrated mission systems and robust communication suites. P8 is equipped with a powerful maritime radar in the nose of the aircraft. On the bottom of the aircraft, just forward of the wings, you may see it as it comes past, is an advanced electro-optic and infrared camera turret. These systems, combined with a host of electronic sensors, are integrated in each operator station that allow the crew to accomplish any maritime surveillance task. Real multitasking. Do you suppose it's a crew made of ladies? Because they can multitask, and us blokes, they keep telling us we can't.
Well, you've got to be careful. You're in dangerous ground again here.
Well, I'm told this all the time, that I can't multitask.
It is true, actually. No, I have been told I can't multitask as well.
Angelica told me that about you. You can, you know.
Yeah, I've been told it as well.
I don't know. I can eat and watch the television at the same time.
Oh, yes.
That's multitasking, isn't it? Surely.
Crikey. Oh, someone's got a phone in here. In the rear of the cabin, the 6 sonobuoy launchers and storage for hundreds of sonobuoys. These launchers eject the sonobuoys through the tubes in the aft body of the P8, providing precision placement in the water for accomplishing the acoustic subsurface surveillance and anti-submarine warfare operations. Eat what and watch television? Krispy Kremes. As the aircraft repositions for its later pass, you'll notice the absence of the 737 passenger windows. These are replaced by 2 observer windows, each 4 times the size of a commercial 737 passenger window. You can probably also see the array of antennae on the top, the bottom and the sides of the fuselage. These support the various communications and data links of the P8 and give the crew the ability to pass information around the globe, instantaneous, in support of combined operations. Pitching up, give a roll, one last look at the wing-mounted harpoons, the aft weapons bay and the sonar-borne launching tubes. Keeping a wary eye out for the auto gyro as well. That's a hint for the team on the left. The fuselage of the P-8 are manufactured by Spirit Aerosystem in Wichita, Kansas. That's where also the commercial 737 fuselage are assembled. Final assembly completed on the west coast at Renton, Washington, over by Seattle, along with the other commercial production lines. This means it's a much more efficient production line than you would have if you had the operations split differently. The P-8 will be landing from left to right on 06 to cut down the taxi time, which we appreciate. Apache has got rotors running. Well, rotor running. So Poseidon coming into position to land. The auto gyro is, I can't see it yet because it's quite small, but it will take off from our right. Plan is to get the Apache airborne before the auto gyro. Apache moving out onto the runway to depart to hold before he comes back in. And as Apache departs to hold, so moving out onto the runway is the auto gyro. You see the main rotor on the top is stationary at the moment. They will get pre-spun up. I don't know whether he will spin it by hand or by a little rubber band off the main prop, which is on the back, which is propelling the auto gyro around. But by going forward, the blast of air up through that rotor will give it lift, and that is what will get the auto gyro airborne. Effectively, the auto gyro will be flying in auto rotation all the way by having the blast of the air going up through the main rotor, and that's how it flies. So it makes it incredibly safe because it's not really connected to anything, it's just a blast of air, and therefore there's plenty of that in abundance. It's a tiny little aircraft on the centre of the runway. Michael is stirring.
There just seems to be something a little terrifying about it because it's so small. You're basically in a little capsule, aren't you?
It's great fun.
Is it? Have you flown in one?
Yeah, I've
Have
flown
you?
also. It's great fun. I mean, you're going to see the most amazing sequence in this autogyro. You think you'd all just take it gently and everything, but no, 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 no. So some of them can pre-wind up the main rotor. Some will actually use just a blast of air to get it going along. On the big screens, we're having a much closer look at the autogyro sitting on the runway.
So do you think we should ask Michael the autogyro film-related question that came up earlier in the week?
He wouldn't know.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, you've got to ask me first. You can't just...
Which James Bond film featured an autogyro, and what was the name of the autogyro?
Sean Connery film. I know that.
Okay. Yes, I didn't ask.
No, I know, I'm working through it. I'm working through it. I want to say it was called something like Little Bessie, or it had a funny name like that.
Oh, very close.
Was it like something like that?
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
Not Bessie. Rotor being pre-spun.
Okay, let me think of the film.
Little something or other. Everyone, the whole audience is now willing you to know this, because they all know. If I give you the name of the autogyro that was used, Little Nelly.
Nelly. Oh, I knew it was something like
that.
that.
But which film? Here comes the autogyro. While we keep you thinking of that, no, you're not allowed to look on the internet.
Fine, I won't.
I know that you'll get there eventually. I can see you sort of going through your mind of all the Bond movies. Here's the autogyro airborne. I know it would come to you with a flash suddenly. You'll know. I know exactly. I can see you working through all the Bond movies.
Okay, I'm going with You Only Live Twice.
Whoa! Where'd you get that?
Oh, he knows his stuff.
Listen,
well done, you.
Now, if you'd asked me a Roger Moore question, that was my celebrity mastermind topic. Was the Bond films of Roger Moore?
Was it really?
It genuinely was.
Now, look at that. Flying sideways.
Wow.
Flying, twiddling around, twirling around. It's got an amazing flight envelope, but all the time it's the blast of air going around sideways, backwards, and everything that keeps it flying. So in auto rotation. And a manner of speaking, it's settling down, but it's still got total control of the aircraft. Indeed, some of the times coming past, you'll see being waved to by the pilot. Flying at speeds between 0 and 120 miles an hour. As you can see, very versatile, and it's great for rounding up sheep. Out in the wilderness, out in the back in Australia, something like that. It's cheap, you can get out there instead of a main helicopter. Cattle, used for fish spotting. What?
Is he winding me up, Mark?
No, I was just thinking of a conversation that happened last night off airfield when an autogyro pilot said he stalked cyclists on it.
Stalked cyclists on it?
Yes. Yes. It's such a versatile aircraft that a very good friend of ours on the airfield who's probably listening, look at that, the ability, twist and turn, booting it around. Isn't that amazing? Was telling us when he was converting, he would learn to fly at a disused racing course, and part of it was to go around the laps. It gives you the agility, gives you all the ability to understand how the aircraft flies. And then you go off and you stalk a car, which should be behind it, just out of sight of the car. And you can eventually the driver will look round at you and realise then you'd have to clear off. And further that, having got more skillful, because this person is a former very senior test pilot, a very senior test pilot, would go off and stalk cyclists. So you'd find a bicycle and you'd be hovering behind until the cyclist eventually looks over the shoulder and thinks, I've had enough, and then you clear off. So the image, the story is very funny. And I wouldn't tell you who it was, but it's the director of the Flying Control Committee, John Turner. Sorry, John. This is an amazing bit of flying with the Autogyro. Look, I mean, the agility of it. And when I flew an Autogyro, as long as you stay inside the flight envelope of any aircraft, you can do quite a lot. Well, you've seen the amazing agility of this. Look, turning on not an awful lot, straight back round. And just a corkscrew, very, very tight corkscrew, come almost to the hover. In fact, I would say that you are in almost station and then back around. Certainly, you've seen it coming from very, very little airspeed straight into quite a rapid acceleration. I said anywhere between 0 and 120 miles an hour. It's very robust. It's very light. Max takeoff weight is a mere 500 kilos. You're never going to pull too much G in an Autogyro, but you've got to have a certain amount of effectively upward airflow, so a bit of G up through the rotor blade to keep it turning. Quite a bit of G in the turns, I suppose. They're not racking it on like an aerobatic aircraft, but certainly more G-forces. It's got a great range, up to 4 hours endurance, and it's cheap. It's 12 to 18 litres an hour, and if you're cruising along at a reasonable speed, you know, it's quite good, comparable to a car of a decent size anyway.
What about if you were to buy one? What are we looking at? Do we know roughly what they come in at?
I have the slightest idea, but I know a source that we can look up and find and come back to you. So, where is he now? I'm just looking at the direction of the cameras, going well above us, out of sight. Remember those Planes TV DVDs that you can pre-order? The number, I'm sure, will appear on the screen shortly. And a great start. Look at the rate of climb that ascends now, just hanging there, screwing down, corkscrewing down, hanging there, stationary. Well, just stopped now. And breaking away. I mean, look at that. It's total controllability, total safety, amazing thing to do. You just wouldn't think that something as small as that looks very flimsy, but it's not. It's tough. Remember Planes TV, if you send DVD to 78070, just text DVD to 78070, Planes TV will come back to you to sort out your order. If you order today in front of the UK drone show, you can pick up a free DVD today. They've been filming all week, got some in-flight camera shots, and the free DVD has bits like the final flight of the Vulcan, a rare airshow appearance of Concorde, various other bits and pieces. Now wave back. They are both hands waving. That's not mechanical, that's definitely the pilot. He can see you, you wave back. If he's got enough courage to take his hands off the controls, you can wave back as well. Feet are still on the controls, I think. That shows the stability, remarkable stability of the Autogyro. Autogyro coming back into the centre. Remember, as you go home, follow the marshals, don't rush. Follow the signs out to the motorways. Listen to Airshow Radio. They'll be giving you the ideas of traffic and travel. Trains, as far as I know, are working well, coming to a halt in the centre of the field for a nice bow. Thank you. Very polite. And to a very quick twirl round and land. Wow from everyone in the commentary position. We now have our specialist commentator from the British Army, Captain Jim Traherne, and Jim's down below. He's talking to the Apache. Jim, if you could explain everything there is to know about the Apache.
Good afternoon, sirs, marms, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and a warm welcome to the 2016 attack helicopter display. As you've just heard, my name is Captain Jim Traherne, and I'll be your commentator for this afternoon. Today's pilots are Warrant Officer Adam Nash and Captain Blake Lee, both of which are currently serving pilots in the front line at 3 Regiment Army Air Corps based out of Wadisham Station in Suffolk. Both of them have operational experience from Afghanistan, Warrant Officer Nash from his tours with 663 Squadron and Captain Lee from his attachment to the United States Army. Once again, you'll be pleased to know, with the help of Event Horizon, we're able to bring you the ever-popular pyrotechnics, so please keep your cameras at the ready throughout the display. Today's display has a tactical element where the Apache, call sign Gunship, has deployed on an aviation reconnaissance patrol from a forward operating base. Gunship has been tasked by Higher Command, call sign 0, and are using their sensors to look into the objective area for potential enemy. You will hear radio transmissions throughout the display. Gunship have reached their objective area and have sighted enemy from a distance using their fire control radar. And as you've just heard, they're now engaging or have engaged with a radar-guided missile. The Apache are now braking into a wheel. This maneuver is operationally used to allow optics and the 30mm cannon to be constantly positioned onto the target in the center. Gunship have engaged but are now under attack from ground forces and are now doing the fastest possible to return to target that they can. The Apache is using its powerful turbomecha engines to accelerate to 140 knots while they then put down suppressive fire. Gunship are now using a modified return to target to adopt a diving fire profile. This will put their rockets onto the enemy and allow them to manipulate the rockets with allowing for further target effect. Gunship have now pinpointed the second position, are going to end the firefight using one of its laser-guided Hellfire missiles. As the aircraft returns to Crowd Center, the crew will perform a rapid climb to maneuver the aircraft rapidly through what is known operationally as the threat band. This is where the aircraft are most vulnerable to small arms fire. The Apache's optics are able to look up to 60 degrees down from the horizontal, giving the crew a good field of view to confirm the destruction of the target. Gunship have now ended the engagement using their whole array of weapons and are now accelerating to display the Apache's full range of maneuverability. The Apache is once again going to convert speed into height a height and pitch an awesome 90 degrees nose up. Once at zero airspeed, the pilot can then use the Apache's powerful tail rotor to rotate the aircraft through 180 degrees, as you can see. This maneuver is known as a pedal turn. Get your cameras at the ready, and ladies and gentlemen, as Gunship approaches Crowd Center to carry out a new maneuver for the 2016 season known as the corkscrew. This sees the aircraft pitching 90 degrees nose up, rapidly repositioning back into the hover, doing a 180 degree spot turn and then exiting 90 degrees nose down. This shows the immense agility of this 10-ton aircraft and is one of the more difficult maneuvers to fly in the sequence. As they exit the corkscrew, they're now going to conduct a 360 degree quick stop to arrive in the hover. The Apache has 4 weapon stations on its pylons. The aircraft can be fitted with either CRV-7 rocket pods, Hellfire missile launchers, or external fuel tanks. As you can see today, Gunship have opted for a mixture of rockets and missile launchers. Each rocket pod houses up to 19 rockets, and the missile launchers can carry 4 missiles each. Both rockets and missiles can be fired out to ranges of up to 8 kilometers, while the powerful M230 cannon can fire out to a staggering 4,200 meters. As you watch the Apache move from right to left, you can see the helicopter's amazing hover performance. The 2 engines each produce 2,300 shaft horsepower, giving the Apache more power than 4 Formula One race cars. The pilots are aided with their helmet monocle, which is mounted on their helmets. This displays important flight information to the pilot, whilst allowing them to keep their eyes out the window. Now look to the top of the helicopter. You can see its fire control radar, the dome on the top, above the rotor blades. The radar is able to scan out to 8 kilometers and detect up to 1,024 targets. It prioritizes them and provides 16 simultaneous firing solutions through the aircraft's weapons processors. The radar is not only used to find targets and provide weapon guidance, it can also be used in a setting called terrain profile mode, which maps out the ground to help navigate in very poor weather. Gunship are now accelerating to perform a further wingover, where the pilots are pitching all 10 tons of the Apache to 45 degrees nose up. Once there, they'll roll onto 90 degrees angular bank, and this allows them to quickly reposition through 180 degrees. As a very effective way to do that, and we use that on operations, and on operations it's known as a return to target. As they pull out of the wingover, the crew are using all the power from the turbomecan engines to accelerate up to 140 knots. And they're going to perform a 360 degree wingover on Crowd Center. And this is a very difficult maneuver to perform very accurately. As they exit the 360, the crew will now perform a 270-degree quick stop to come into the hover in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. For those photographers amongst you, get your cameras at the ready. We have one final explosion for you, known as the Wall of Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the 2016 Attack Helicopter Display Team. The aircraft will now perform a bow to depart, and as it does, we'd like to thank Farnborough 2016 Airshow for hosting us this year, the awesome Event Horizon team, those brilliant guys who have brought us the pyrotechnics for the last 3 years. As you can see, they really make the display, so thank you to them. And most importantly, we'd like to thank you, the general public, for your continued support to the British Armed Forces. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And finally, there's a huge variety of exciting jobs available to you in the Army Air Corps, far more than I could do justice about talking about in a 10-minute display. But if you do have any questions, please ask a member of the display team, flag us down as we're walking, or indeed, go online and there's plenty of information there. Thank you very much.
Jim, thank you very much indeed. What a magnificent display. We really, really enjoyed the pyrotechnics up here. Michael, those were fun, weren't they?
Absolutely fantastic. They just added so much to it. For all the times they've been used this afternoon,
yeah,
it's been to positive effect.
We like that. We like that immensely. So just before everyone goes, Michael, what was your highlight today?
Honestly, I think it was the onboard camera.
Yes.
Some of those shots, I've not seen that type of footage before.
Really superb, wasn't
in
it?
those sort of acrobatic planes. It was just superb. So
Yeah.
I love that.
Mark, apart from the donuts, what was your highlight today?
I think we've seen some lovely, lovely piston engine fighters today that we could just sit back and listen to.
Fantastic. Now, next Farnborough, for those of you not coming back tomorrow, the 16th to the 22nd of July, the public days being the 21st to the 22nd of July 2018. Those of you on the big screen will realise why I'm now laughing. Thanks to everybody for coming along. The team up here has had enormous fun. The public days 21st to 22nd of July. Listen to the traffic reports on Airshow Radio on the way back. My name is Stratton Ritchie. I hope you have a very safe journey home, and I wish you all a very good evening.
Coverage of today's airshow is brought to you by Plains TV. Plains TV is producing a DVD and Blu-ray of today's airshow, which you can pre-order now. Order today at plainstv.com and we'll send you a free copy of our Airshow Action 9 program, featuring classic airshow action from our recent programs, as well a look back 20 years for some aviation nostalgia. Here's a clip from Airshow Action 9, which is free when you pre-order a copy of the Airshow DVD or Blu-ray from planestv.com.
For the avid photographers out there are some brilliant photo opportunities, and I'd really love it if you'd post them onto Twitter later. RAF Typhoon Team.